Labrīt visiem! Cienījamā Latvijas kultūras ministra Lācis kundze, cienījamie konferences apmeklētāji, kolēģi,
visitors,
domu
colleagues,
kultūras mantojuma un arhitektūras pētnieki,
researchers of cultural heritage and architectural heritage, practitioners, dear guests, and also from the European Open Air Museum Association. The mission of our museum is to preserve the architecture of our historical land and vernacular art and non-material cultural heritage. In 1924, the Monument Board of the Ministry of Education on the 2nd of February decided to establish an open-air museum in order to preserve history, testimony that's encapsulated in rural wooden buildings and their furnishings. Today we are celebrating more than the 102nd anniversary of our museum. We would like to remind that our museum has for more than a century preserved the living experience of our vernacular construction in 153 collection items and 136 exhibition buildings in Riga, as well as in our rural branches in Sēlijas, Vecpiebalga and in Dienvidu Kurzeme. We are also managing cultural monument Bonaventura Manor estate, where together with the state real estate organization, we have started to restore the manor house itself. Since 2023, our museum has expanded its exhibition in Riga by creating the Sēlijas farmstead. At the end of last year, we started the construction part of this farmstead by restoring the Ķiermeļu threshing house and implementing the construction project. The idea of this museum belonged to Pauls Kundziņš, who once wrote, and I quote, "The Latvian farmstead is the primal source of our nation's power, which contains irreplaceable testimony on its life and labor. Vernacular architecture is more than just practical construction. It is also the expression of national soul and aesthetics in material form." I would like to remind that the Latvian Ethnographic Open Air Museum preserves culturally significant values, and it's a job for our employees, and it's important to anyone who sees themselves as belonging to the state of Latvia. The preservation of our cultural heritage is the foundation of our national sustainability, and the exhibition in our open-air museum with monuments of vernacular construction is an integral part of our knowledge and cultural history and to our understanding of who we are and how we came to be, what is our national identity, language and national self-awareness. Latvian Ethnographic Open Air Museum is one of the oldest and biggest and richest collection-wise museums in the Baltics. We have accumulated theoretical and practical knowledge in preserving our national heritage. We have a very strong and knowledgeable team that works every day in accordance with the International Museum Council Declaration on Open-Air Museums and with the long-term objectives of the museum. Our main value are the exhibition buildings, the preservation, restoration and renewal of which is our main duty. That is why this year our conference will focus on vernacular construction and architecture. I wish you a very successful conference and plenty of interesting and enticing reports. I would like to thank our colleagues from Finland, Sweden and Germany for their presence and exchange of information. And I also would like to say thanks to my colleagues for organizing this conference. The Ministry of Culture of Latvia has provided significant support to our museum, both in our daily operation and in our celebrations. So I would like to say thank you to the Ministry of Culture for this joint vision and the support to the Latvian Ethnographic Open Air Museum in its road towards achieving its objective. I will now give the floor to Minister of Culture, Agnese Lāce.
Labrīt, cienījamie
Good
klātesošie,
morning,
paldies, Zanda, un
dear
varu
guests.
pievienoties
Thank
tam, ka
you, Zanda.
faktiski ir
I
nedaudz neierasti jūs
can
redzēt šeit, pilsētas
join
centrā,
you
nevis
in saying
sastapties
that it's a
Brīvdabas
little
muzejā.
bit,
Dažus no
I'm
jums
unused to
faktiski biežāk
meet
esmu redzējusi
all of you here in the
tradicionālā
city
tērpā
center.
nekā
Some of you
šodien
have
civilajās drēbēs. Un tad
met more often
prieks
in the
satikties
folk
arī
costumes than
šādos
in
apstākļos un šajā konferencē.
office
Un man prieks, ka šeit, šajā dzastrajā ziemas
clothing,
rītā
and
varam
so I'm happy that on this cold
citiem
morning we can meet the Latvians from Riga and other regions and our international guests here in the Riga Castle. The preservation of the cultural heritage has been high on my agenda from the first day in office. We prepare ourselves for different situations, including crisis situations, possibly in the future. We aim to be socially responsible and preserve our cultural heritage, and I'm proud of the Latvian Ethnographic Open-Air Museum as an excellent example of best practice in Latvia, who day by day research the traditions, the stories of our vernacular buildings and the life of the people who live therein, and they help us understand our roots, the way the Latvian nation was formed and what it is, what it has become today. Throughout the years, the museum has become an irreplaceable part of the Latvian culture and research on its past. The farmstead architecture reflects the lifestyle of the people who lived in the countryside, traditions of construction, and the ability of the Latvian people to accommodate the changing environment. In today's architecture, we also hold in high regard such values as sustainability and environment friendliness, and so I hope that we will have a rich conference day, and our common aim is the preservation of our cultural heritage, so I'm proud to be here with you all, and I wish you all a very successful conference day. The Ethnographical Open-Air Museum also thanks the Latvian National Museum of History. We have a wonderful opportunity to be in the Riga Castle, which is your facility. So I will give the floor to Toms Ķikuts, who is the director of the Latvian Museum of History, National Museum of History. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm very glad and excited about this conference today, because the genius of the architectural heritage that we have, these emotional bonds, are objectively, in my opinion, one of the main factors that makes the museum, the Ethnographic Museum, so special. We can have wonderful items on exposition, but the settings, the buildings, they are also important. And that is why in 2024, at the conference of the National History Museum, we spoke of these wonderful facilities that we are here in the Riga Castle and what it means to us to work here and to organize conferences here. I'm glad to see that conferences are organized here as today as well, and I'm very glad for our close and friendly, amicable collaboration with the Latvian Museum of Open Air Ethnographic Museum. So it's also wonderful to see that we have international guests here, which is a great signal about the breadth of your work. So thank you for giving me the floor, and I also wish you all a very successful conference day. And I would also like to thank all of our guests again who are here. And the motto of our research is by the words of Kārlis Zāle, we research the past, may longer we last. And so I pass the floor to the Deputy Director, Doctor of Engineering, Architect Oskars Redbergs. And you have the floor. Good morning, dear colleagues, enthusiasts of cultural heritage. Thank you to Zanda for the opening speech, and let me share a few thoughts on the research policy that we have. We research two main topics. One is architecture, and the other, which is traditional knowledge or tacit knowledge research. So we research what our masters have throughout generations passed on to their pupils and the next generations, and together that makes up for a lot of the features of the architecture that we have preserved. The buildings of our exhibition are a very important part of the Ethnographic Open Air Museum. These buildings are unfortunately exposed to the elements which poses a constant challenge to us. The first part of the conference today will be devoted to practical restoration, issues of practical restoration of buildings, and we will look at ways to replicate, to conserve, and restore buildings. And the second part of the conference will look at the interpretation of the architectural heritage, focusing on dialogue. Starting from 2028, we are planning for a new restoration center. That's going to be a major project for our museum, and we want to understand how modern architecture planning can contribute to our work. And our first speaker will be Mikko Terasvirta from the Seurasaari Museum. We have a long tradition of collaborating with our Finnish colleagues. We visit each other almost every year. We take over their best practice. Their ethos is very similar to ours. The way the Finnish colleagues are planning their work, and we
are keen to learn your experience from managing the museum in Helsinki. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? I will start my slides. Okay, good morning, everyone. It's a really big pleasure to be in this very beautiful castle, and it's a huge pleasure to introduce some practicals and best practices from Helsinki, from Seurasaari Museum. I work at the National Museum of Finland as the head of a unit that maintains and operates 3 museums. The National Museum of Finland consists of 7 museums and 2 castles, and it presents Finnish history from the Stone Age to the present day. Most of my working hours are spent at the open-air museum of Seurasaari, but I also work with Tamminiemi. You can see it right in this picture. It is the former home museum of President Urho Kekkonen, and Viitresk in the left, which is the atelier home of architects Geselius, Lindgren and Saarinen. And all 3 museums are really nice museums. But my background is in ethnology, so I will tell about the Seurasaari Open Air Museum now. And my introduction is sort of somewhat of a curatorial introduction to the topics. As an ethnologist, naturally I work a lot with architects and conservators, but my sort of point of view is from that direction. Seurasaari Open Air Museum was founded in 1909, and the museum is open during the summer season, and we have about 50,000 visitors a year, and we present Finnish rural life quite similarly as you do in this nice open-air museum of Latvia as well. Our oldest building is the church from Caruna, from southern Finland. It's from year 1685, but most of the buildings date from the 19th century, so that is definitely the oldest building we have. All the buildings are original, we don't have replicas in the museum. I have quite a long history with Seurasaari Open Air Museum. I started working there as a student in the university in 1999, and although I have worked in several other museums during my career, I have had a soft spot for open air museums for a long time. At the National Museum of Finland, it's crucial for us to ensure the best possible accessibility. This is one of our most important and guiding principles. And in this presentation, I will focus on a few examples, mainly related to physical accessibility. Naturally, we take all aspects of accessibility into account in our work, but within a 20-minute presentation, it is not possible to cover every aspect of this important topic. In general, open-air museums are challenging environments in many ways, and accessibility can be particularly really problematic. Even once visitors manage to reach the site, they are often faced with numerous obstacles, such as rough surfaces, tree roots, doorsteps, and narrow stairways. The list is long, but those were just few examples. There may also be long distances to walk and an ever-present risk of bad weather. Structural changes to museum buildings are very rarely possible. The architecture of our vernacular buildings is delicate, and it is usually impossible to install elevators or wooden stairways without compromising the historical character of the buildings. The first person a museum visitor encounters is extremely important. It is usually not the museum director or a curator. Very often, the first point of contact is the person working at the ticket kiosk. As the saying goes, you never get a second chance to make a first impression, and this is very true. Front of house staff, such as guides, cafe employees, and shop staff play a crucial role, including in matters of accessibility as well. At the Seurasaari Open Air Museum, almost everyone who works directly with visitors is a seasonal employee. They do not have the same level of experience, knowledge, or skills as permanent staff, which means we must pay particular attention to the recruitment process and to proper induction and training of that seasonal staff. Most of our guides are students or recent university graduates, Their motivation is high, and today young people generally have excellent language skills. And I am genuinely happy to work with this group. They bring fresh energy and perspective to the museum. That is a very big pleasure to work with those youngsters. In the museum buildings, we do not use text panels, posters, or signs inside the museum buildings. Instead, we encourage our visitors to communicate with our guides. In this sense, the guides are our superpower. And once again, I would like to emphasize the importance of their training. That is something we really want to focus on and we really need to concentrate to. In the National Museum of Finland, we have created concept papers for all of our museums. These documents serve as guidelines for how we work and what we prioritize. In the concept papers, we have, for example, defined our main target audiences, and they also guide how and to whom we market our services, what kinds of programs our museum educators are planning, and which audiences we prioritize most. In principle, the museum's offerings include something for everyone, but it's necessary to define and prioritize the key target groups. One key decision we have made is that Seurasaari Open Air Museum is so-called digital-free museum. This means that we believe the museum is attractive enough without digital gadgets or ultra-modern exhibition techniques, and that the role of the guide is central in the Seurasaari Museum. This does not mean that we follow this principle in an entirely rigid way. For example, a few years ago, well actually almost 10 years ago, we hosted a contemporary art exhibition that included various digital elements. That was no problem for us, but it was an exception. And also we do have like 1 or 2 iPads or similar gadgets in such places where there are no guides to explain things, but generally we are digital-free museum. And I would also like to mention that we have a mobile guiding also, which can be used like throughout the year, and it has several languages, but still the principle is to be non-digital one. Because in the National Museum of Finland, it will be reopened next year. I mean, the National Museum of Finland, it will have massive digital things. So basically, I'm quite happy that there is also another kind of alternative to the visitors to have. But the general guideline when we are planning exhibitions and programs is that we are avoiding using the latest technology. And like most open-air museums, we do believe in printed maps, like this. And we do think that they are by far the best way to navigate the museum area. And we are publishing a new printed map every year, and we are sharing it to everybody who wants to have it. You don't need to buy the ticket to get the map, because it's sort of an advertisement as well. And I do believe that we will carry that way for quite a long time. I cannot see the future, at least close future, without these maps. These are really crucial for museum visitors to have. But next I will introduce some examples from the Seurasaari Open Air Museum to show how we have made the museum somewhat more accessible in recent years. And I have few examples, and one of them are the handrails. And here we have 2 pictures. The black and white picture is the old one, and the picture in the left, it's from last year, I guess. Handrails are very often needed in historic buildings, and we have installed several new ones recently. And actually, I'm quite pleased with the results. And for example, the church example is showing. We have same examples also in other buildings. And when we were making those handrails, we decided to use a traditional blacksmith to produce those handrails with very traditional techniques, and I think they look elegant. And the grip of those handrails is really stable and safe. And for example, the church is quite important and place for those handrails because we do have quite a lot visitors in that building, and we also are arranging like weddings and stuff you most probably know also from your museum. So that was one of the places we decided that we need to have those new handrails. And there is another picture which probably shows more better way those handrails I'm introducing. And also the stepping stones you can see in the left are some modernizations we have made in recent years. And as you can see, we have like 3 stepping stones in the picture in the left. So when you are using the handrail, you are also able to step on that stone, which is really steady, and it's quite easy to climb up into the museum building by using those. Sorry. Of course, we inform our staff that these are not the original features of the houses, sorry, because we also have a responsibility to serve as a national example of vernacular architecture from bygone days, and we don't want to give the expression that these were original features in the church, so they are like museum technical things that has been added recently into those buildings. Okay, another example is the lighting. Seurasaari is open only during the summertime, and as we know, summers in the north are very bright, and most of the time natural light is sufficient, and the light coming through small windows and shutters makes actually the interiors stunningly beautiful. One of the best moments in those buildings are usually afternoons in the summertime when the light comes in right direction and there is no artificial light at all. So I'm very happy that we are not having too many artificial lights. But however, on rainy or cloudy days, there are moments when the buildings can be quite dark. And so far, we have installed only a few electric lights in the most problematic areas. And I have found this to be rather challenging. When there is a lot of light surfaces when there is not a lot of not natural light, the surfaces that are made of unpainted wood, they can appear very blotchy or uneven, and we are currently exploring solutions together with our architects to improve lighting on narrow staircases, and that is mainly because of the safety reasons. In some cases, we are borrowing flashlights for the visitors when they are looking into particular dark areas, and I think this is better solution than to have really cheap sort of lighting system, because it sort of spoils the whole situation quite a lot. So it is clear that the proper lighting solutions does require expert knowledge, and in the future and the next few years we are working in some examples to get some artificial light, but it's quite hard thing to do. And it is always challenging to improve accessibility in historical museum buildings retrospectively, as a museum professionals, you all know. One point is that I believe that we should always collaborate with organizations such as the Threshold Association in Finland, which is a cross-disability organization that focuses on the fundamental human rights of persons with disabilities. And this Threshold Association is offering services, and they are having experts who are specializing in accessibility issues, and you can invite them to come to your museum and they can go through some accessibility solutions. Of course, we need to pay a little bit for them, but it has always been worth doing that, because they are, for example, if there is somebody who is using like a wheelchair, it doesn't make too much sense for me, for example, to take a wheelchair and try to use it, because we can also use somebody who is using the wheelchair in the real life. So we have quite good experiences working with them. And I can share one sort of negative example from the Seurasaari Museum. We did build an alternative route to one of our buildings, and the idea was that it could be used by wheelchair users when the main route had slippery rocks and some other obstacles. So we wanted to make an alternative route for those, which is a little bit longer, and it doesn't enter the building from the sort of main direction. And however, when a visitor arrived using a wheelchair, he had informed us earlier that he or she will be coming, and we told that we have this alternative route. And when the person came into the place, we did realize that the narrow wheels of the wheelchair, they did sink into the ground in that route. And actually the route then was practically unusable until we made some improvements for that route. We had to sort of like pressure it more so that it won't sink into the soil, the wheelchair. So that was not a very proud moment for us, but we did learn from that mistake. And of course, the guest who came understood the situation, but nobody realized how thick the ground must be to avoid that kind of a problem. So I've been telling about the buildings we have had for a long time in the museum, but we do have a new building. This build has not been taken from the museum. It is of the recent building in situ at its original place in Hyvinkää, maybe 50-60 kilometers north from Helsinki. The Samekotic building was transported and re-erected on the site last autumn, and it will be open to the public before midsummer this year. 1 week before the midsummer, we are going to open it for the public. And next, I will briefly introduce some of the accessibility-related solutions used in this very building. The house is not vernacular house, but still it's the latest example I can show you, so I wanted to introduce a few solutions for you next. The Samekotic was built 1953, and it has undergone some modernizations over the years, but the architecture remains largely the same as when it was originally built, so not very big changes has been made to this Samekotic. And here you can see the cottage at the original place in some other angle. And in the picture in the right, you can see the balcony railings, which are only about 50 centimeters high. You can see that the balconies are ending around here. And you can understand that if we would have the cottage in that way into the museum, it would be very dangerous for somebody who would go backwards and would fall down from the balcony. That was an obvious safety risk. We realized already when we were searching for the cottage and when we found this one. And also, the doors to the cottage were very narrow, and with the original doors, it would have been extremely difficult to enter the building when somebody was using, for example, a wheelchair. As you can see, here is like one door, one narrow one, and there is another route, and there are stairs you need to climb to this cottage. So it was crystal clear thing that some changes had to be made before the building could be opened to the public. And we wanted to implement these technical solutions from the very beginning, as solutions added later are often more expensive and less successful ones. And fortunately, we do have an excellent team, and I am very pleased with the solutions we arrived at, and here are a few examples. Generally, the yard is one of them. The ground surface at Seurasaari is really challenging. This is now a picture from the museum. The normal surface at Seurasaari Island is challenging, and like I said earlier, it's a very common feature in open-air museums. And with this new building, we had an opportunity to address this issue more carefully. And you can see the result, it's quite good. We also wanted to protect the surrounding nature when we were erecting the summer cottage to the museum. The Seurasaari Island is a very popular spot because of its nature. Many people are coming to the island just to enjoy the nature, and they are very careful. They are observing, is the museum doing something for the trees? Are we falling down a tree? And when we are sort of timbering a tree, they are nagging to us that why are you destroying the nature? Because Seurasaari is located very close to downtown of Helsinki. At least you guys who have visited the museum, you know that. So we did have very good cooperation with the contractor who was responsible for the work, and no trees were harmed during the construction. All the trees were sort of like protected during this process. Here we can see the entrances, and here is the back entrance to the cottage. Like I said, both doors were really narrow, and there were steps or a small staircase at each entrance. And the doorstep was about 40 centimeters high, the doorstep that was leading into the building. And it wouldn't have been a problem for those visitors who are not using any tools or who are not having mobility problems, but for those who are using some, for example, a wheelchair, it would present a significant barrier. And our solution in that case was to build a ramp which allowed us to improve accessibility while respecting the character of the building. Here in the picture of the right, you can see the ramp. And it was so snowy in Helsinki that I couldn't take good pictures of that place. But as you can see, we also did use some concrete here before the wooden ramp. So it's really easy for those who are using, for example, a wheelchair to enter the building. I'm sorry because of the bad quality of this picture. I had some technical problems, so I'm sorry about the bad quality of that picture. I couldn't find a better one. About the balcony railings, we retained the original balcony railing and we made no changes to it. But instead we decided to add another railing, which is black. You can see it quite well in this picture. Here is the new railing, and here is the original railings. And the solution we made didn't drastically alter the architecture. And by using black paint, we ensured that the original railing remains more visually prominent than the new one. And about the entrance doors, like I told, the summer cottage is one of the few buildings with a good stable yard, and we have a flat surface with no slopes, but that would not be sufficient for the visitors who are using, for example, a wheelchair. And like I said, the doors to the cottage were quite narrow, and we knew that some changes were necessary to improve the accessibility. And I think we did arrive at a very good solution, so we decided to designate the back door as the accessible entrance to the cottage, and that required some modifications. As you can see from the picture, we did have like sort of a double door, so this is the normal case, but we were able to widen it up a bit the original door did remain, but we added like an extra piece to here. And you can also turn this part, which normally looks like this. I'm not sure, can you spot the difference, but we had the hinges and we can turn this open, and it made the whole entrance a lot wider. So I'm quite convinced that when we are opening this to public, at least few persons who are using like a wheelchair can enjoy the spot and they can enter the building. And we were able to save the original door. Here is the original door, and here is the situation in Seurasaari, and we made this like extra part that can be opened. And you can see we do have a hand railing also here, which helps those who are climbing into the house. And we do have the handrail also. Here is the original, another angle to get to the balcony of the house, and here is the solution in the museum. So we do have like this black handrail as well. So I think I'm quite happy with these solutions. And when I was asked to introduce some solutions, those were the ones that I decided to show to you. So, conclusions. The examples I have presented are not particularly revolutionary ones, but still I wanted to introduce them for you. And in my work, I need to consider such cases carefully, and I'm trying to listen closely to the staff who is working directly with the museum visitors. And whenever there are like some comments from the visitors, any comments, but especially like accessibility comments, we are listening very carefully about their comments, and I have informed the staff that they should collect all those comments from the museum visitors. And we do have a strong desire to do everything we can to help our guests to enjoy the museum. And ideally, all these solutions that are improving accessibility should be so discreet that very few visitors even notice them. So when you are visiting the museum and you don't notice these solutions, I think we have succeeded quite well with these things. I didn't start to calculate my time, but I think I made it around in 30 minutes. So I suppose I have time for some questions if you have any of them, and I would like to thank you for listening quite closely what I was explaining to you. Thank you. And I wanted to have, because it's so cold out there, I decided to have this as an end picture of my Latvian colleagues visiting the Seurasaari last summer when it was nice and beautiful weather. Thanks.
Thank you, Mikko, for a wonderful presentation. And hopefully we have some questions in the audience and also online, so please raise your hand.
Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. You mentioned that there are around 90 buildings altogether, and all this is from 1685. Your slide showed. And what's let's say average age, or what's maybe some general picture? So this cottage is very young. Yeah, it's And what's the spread of age of the buildings which you in general have in your museum?
We have. Like I said, most of the buildings are from the 19th century, and practically we have only few buildings which are set, which do have like the 20th century exhibition. We have few from the early 20th century, but the reason why there is the summer cottage is that Seurasaari is telling about the rural culture of Finland, and basically when you are entering the museum, even though you are from the countryside, you will just enter the very ancient atmosphere, and it's more like you don't connect it to the everyday life. So we decided to have the summer cottage because it's something that is common for quite many Finns. They know how to behave in the summer cottage, and it is something about the rural life they nowadays know. So we wanted to bring the museum into the 21st century by bringing the summer cottage to the museum, and I think it will change the dynamics of the museum quite a lot, because Finns do have, almost every Finn has a possibility to visit the summer cottage, and they know how to behave there, and I'm sure that when the families are visiting the summer cottage, they will notice that there are some objects that they do know quite well, and I'm quite convinced that they can sort of have nice moments, like family moments together visiting the cottage. And also Finland is marketed to the tourists as the land of the 1,000 lakes and the land of summer cottages, but normally no tourists are. It's not very easy for a tourist to visit a summer cottage, and now it will change when we have one in the best place in Helsinki to visit. I don't know if I understood correctly your question, but I tried to answer it anyway.
Paldies, Miko, par brīnišķīgo prezentāciju, īpaši par bildi, kurā mēs izskatāmies ļoti smaidīgi, neparasti ikdienai. Bet mans jautājums ir tāds, lieliski piemēri saistībā ar pieejamību, kāda bija diskusija ar mantojuma sargātājiem, mantojuma glabātāju institūcijām.
Examples, and what were discussions with...
I don't have the translation. So
can you please... The question is about accessibility and your discussion, the museum discussion with national heritage keepers and these institutions. Did you have some, or you just decided to make these accessibility installations for?
So you wanted to know how we decided to make...
Yeah. And did you have discussions with other institutions who is responsible for heritage?
Because we do belong to the national. We are part of the National Museum of Finland, and actually the National Museum belongs to the Heritage Agency of Finland. It's sort of like an umbrella organization for us. And of course, it's like one of the principles we are having, that whenever we are opening something for the public, it should be as accessible as possible. So basically, it's sort of built inside of our organization that we need to follow those rules. And I think the staff in my organization is quite committed to the fact that all the museums should be accessible ones. And for example, we are not, if somebody is entering the museum with a wheelchair, he or she doesn't have to pay the fee, because basically it's impossible to enter. You can enter only very few buildings if you are using a wheelchair. For example, we have only one sort of elevator, and it's going to the museum shop we are having. So basically, I would say that we would do those alterations anyway, because it's like something we do consider it's very important thing. But it takes a lot of time to make those things, and the hand railings, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but still I'm quite proud that we have made those, because it helps us a lot when we have built them, and we are planning to build new ones, and we are sort of very carefully planning which building will be the next one, which has the worst problems of entering the building, and so on and so on. And of course, we do have other solutions as well. We have some tangible objects for those who cannot see, and we are having guided tours with this very easy Finnish language for those, for the disabled people or those who are just learning the language and so on. So it has a lot of fields, the accessibility we are dealing with in the National Museum of Finland.
Okay. Thank you, Mikko, for the presentation.
Okay, thanks for your... Thank you.
Tā, kā nākamo runātāju es gribētu pieteikt zinātņu doktoru Artūru Lapiņu. Gribētu arī iedot nelielu tādu ieskatu viņa plānotajā prezentācijas tematā. Tie, kas seko līdzi Brīvdabas muzeja darbībai,
Those of you who are following closely the activities of our open-air museum know that we have a long-lasting, ambitious project, construction of Sēlija farmstead, 6 buildings that have not been in our museum so far. Exhibition buildings, we have Bonds church, but we have not had a complete set of Sēlija region. A very ambitious project already at the end of 1970s and early 1980s. These buildings were brought to the museum. They have been stored in disassembled state. They are in various conditions these days, and we needed very knowledgeable and professional partners with whom we could implement this project. Additional difficulties were caused by the fact that these areas are very forested, so our museum staff had to go through the forest, had to sort the timber, sorted by diameter for the work that is necessary. And all of that is something Artūrs will talk about in his presentation. So please, Artūrs, the floor is yours. Yes. Thank you, Oskar, for the introductory words and for the assessment. It was also very interesting for us to work on this project. Every project has its start, its expansion, and also a period of reflection. And I will try to go through these stages to tell you about how we started this work, what was the path we traveled, and what was the point of arrival for us. So the Sēlija farmstead is, as was said already, a set of 6 buildings. You can see them here. And how it all started, it started 4 years ago. When at the end of the year, in December, I had my first negotiations with Jānis Zemgus Jātnieks. Open-air museum had produced a blueprint, and in our WhatsApp chat we talked about these ideas, what were the expectations, because they said in the middle of the museum area they could place this building set, and I looked at it and it was completely forested area, and I thought, is it truly the most appropriate space? So on the LiDAR picture up top you can see what the situation was like, and then we looked at it and we understood that maybe, yes, the farmstead could be placed there. I was also of the conviction, as our Finnish colleague said, that the museum is a part of heritage preservation institutions, and they are the ones who own these buildings, and they have to decide on how to place these buildings in the museum. But it turns out that there are a lot of property rights that have to be decided, because state real estate organization is involved, and there is a supervising authority that is also part of the process that has to keep an eye on things. And as a result, we concluded that there is a need for a construction project for these buildings. We cannot just construct them willy-nilly in the museum. And the good thing that the Open Air Museum has achieved, and we had experience with Āraiši lake castle which are also exhibition building, and each exhibition building has its own cadastre file with its own cadastre number, and this means that any reconstruction and restoration of this building is not possible without a construction project. So it's all very complicated, and to have a proper maintenance of these buildings and to replace some damaged parts and do some daily maintenance, you always need this construction project. This seems absurd, but that is the case. But what we have in this project, we have exhibition building, and then we have location placement and project solutions. So we have these stockpiles of these buildings located in the museum, and this was the starting data. Here we had the stockpiles, and we had to assemble the buildings. And since we are in the 21st century, we had an opportunity to scan these materials, to do digital measurements, and as the stockpiles were accessible from all sides, we were able to scan them, and then we could understand what was the content and then do digital reconstruction. So we did the scan, and then we started to assemble this, and we concluded it's not possible because these stockpiles is constructed in such way that the longer logs are on the outside. On the right side you can see one part and one side and the other side, and those parts are clear and the sides are of course are clear, but the ends do not match up using these kinds of measurements. So this idea did not work. Here you can see what the situation is like. At the lower part we have logs that we were able to reconstruct, but the middle part is empty because the ends did not match up. So it was not, we were not able to match these logs and reproduce them. So we had to restock them. We had to take the next step. We had to take apart the stockpiles. In the process, we thought about do it differently, that we could do it in a modern way using forklift trucks, so that we could use the forklifts to lift up the whole stockpile, but the roof was so low that we could not remove the stack easily. So it meant we had to work together, involve a lot of helpers and supporters, and to take apart this stockpile, to reassemble it, the logs. We had, of course, a marking blueprint, but the markings were not placed on all the logs. Somewhere they had lost to deterioration. And essentially this stockpile had remained the same since it was created in 1970s. And some logs had deteriorated completely. So we unstacked this stockpile, and we matched the logs with measurements, and this was the most time-consuming part of the project, and it was also, of course, physically difficult labor, and sometimes it was difficult to locate the appropriate logs, and also the doors were stacked in one pile for all the buildings, and then we had to sort those for appropriate construction buildings. And hopefully now that we have restacked everything, it will be easier than it was for us. About the technical condition, the logs that were in the stack, and also in the photos before disassembly of the buildings, we can see that buildings were in rather poor state also at that time. And the logs that we had, you can see in the photo, one part of the roof is missing, and so the logs in the stack were completely deteriorated. Here we can see how many logs for each building were still usable, and the blue ones are the ones who need some additions. The amount of good logs is in red. So for dwelling it was 1/3, for the threshing barn about 1/3. And the yellow part means new material required. So for the dwelling it's more than half that's needed to be created from zero. And here you can see also we have such pictures for every wall. I will only show a couple of examples. Here we can see the logs that have preserved and the ones that need to be replaced. So part of this project, a significant part of this project were protheses and additions. And I think that craftsmen should know this, and we should not be including it in the project. But since it all goes through the tendering process, we cannot just ask craftsmen how to do the building. We need to have the tendering calculations, cost estimates, and so forth. And that deals with how the museum had planned to reconstruct the building, and then it was done through the public tendering, and it was successfully concluded. And here you can see the markings. Up to the left you can see in yellow what needs to be created from scratch. And that's how we worked on the paperwork of the project. We have the construction project and the roads, and we have all the hubs and the blueprint. And the Sēlijas farmstead project has been coordinated with the Heritage Board, and we have the construction permit, and the threshing barn is the one that the museum hoped to start this. And so far about the project. Next, the reflection stage. So about the restoration of buildings as such, and the significance of this restoration in the context of Latvian cultural heritage. As you know, there are two ICOMOS recommendations as regards the restoration of wooden buildings from 1999 and 2017. Why there are two? Because recommendations in 1990 were developed based on the Venetian Charter. And the principle there on the left, the difference in titles is in one word. There is preservation and conservation. And when we worked on the first ICOMOS recommendation, in its essence, it's based on the preservation of the building as a material substance. And interestingly, in 1994, there is a document on authenticity. It was adopted before the wooden architecture restoration recommendations in 1999, but it was ignored. So there are some discrepancies in how these documents were drafted in Europe, because the idea of authenticity is one that we link with cultural heritage these days, and it could have been taken into consideration in 1999, but the document was concluded on the basis of an older document, the Venetian Charter, and the conservation recommendations are based on the Narva document, on a more recent conclusion. And where is the main difference between these documents? There is an overview of one time period. One of them focuses on the preservation of physical heritage, and the other document talks more about non-material component. It talks about what Oskar said about craftsman's skills, about how these processes of preservation are reflected in the society through the transference of skills, through the non-material part of cultural heritage, stories, individual experiences created when visiting these buildings, and also by experiencing the process of restoring these buildings. And this is also in contradiction with the tendering procedure that our museum has to do, because we have a construction company that constructs something, and it is not constructing something new, but it is restoring something. And the knowledge in this aspect, there are all the necessary preconditions for it to remain in the area of very narrow craftsmen circles. And here we have the comparison. I will not read it through, but we have the scope and the basic idea. In the recommendations from 2017 offer a wider approach, and I hope that the museum will find a way how to stick to the principle from the 2017. So it's the non-material dimension, the meaning of community, and accent on skills and materials. Because what we can see in Europe, we know about the Notre Dame story. There were different ideas regarding restoration, and from my colleagues architects, I heard many ideas. People wanted to have something modern in the Notre Dame in Paris, but people who were involved in restoring the building had the reason to understand that they had to restore the roof as it was done originally. It was an excellent opportunity to help craftsmen to develop their skills, because they are shrinking in number and we are losing these important skills. And in a way, thanks to this restoration project, craftsmen from across the world were mobilized who used conventional, traditional methods to fall trees and try to copy the process of the original approach. And what you can see how the materials were taken on the Sēta River, and how it was stacked and assembled. And of course there were scaffoldings and other modern elements, but still for craftsmen it was an excellent opportunity to work on such materials, because there is no other cathedral of such type and no other roof of such construction. And this is also an opportunity for our museum, and Oskar's already talked about clearing the wood, and I think that is the best way we could do. When people were constructing houses 100 years ago, there's quite a lot of material that is required, and that's why we could collect timber from the forest to measure it, to prepare it, and we had an opportunity to talk about these processes, about these crafting secrets, about how to work in winter, when the trees are felled, when is the most appropriate period of time. It's much more interesting than just the finished building that will be 100th and umpteenth building in the museum. So the process itself can be made more visible and more interesting in the museum. And also about the preparation of the wood. Why we should reuse the old logs. If we think about how the process happened 100 years back, if a building was in a condition as the threshing barn is now, something we see is damaged, then the damaged part would be used as firewood and a new part would be constructed. And why are we not doing this today? The reason is quite simple, because the trees are different. The fiber of timber is different. Those who have worked with timber, and the tree that is older is full of resin. You can feel the resin smell. But if you fell a tree today, it has no odor. It has very soft fiber, very light. And one of the reasons is that the tree has been prepared also before felling. In Riga Technical University, University, there have been studies carried out in cooperation with Norway, and they said that when the tree is still growing, they are already scratched, the bark is cut, and then the resin comes out, and then the tree is felled, and the material lasts for hundreds of years. And in the modern construction age, we have no time for such preparatory measures. But maybe it is a story that we can include in this project, and there are other buildings that need to be restored and reconstructed, and maybe we can use these approaches in order to maintain these skills, and we can see how this preparatory work in the wood is done, because the wood material is important not only for the open-air museum, but also for the doors, for cornices, for windows, and so forth. We have plenty of forest, plenty of wood, and unfortunately we don't have such timber preparation being done. About the non-material part, the museum archive has very interesting photos of the buildings in their original locations, and with people who lived there, and now as the buildings are restored in the museum, will we also include elements, as we can see in one of the photos here, the stairs that were added later. So we can see ladders put on the roof in order to repair the roof, and also some flower beds where children are doing something. It's all very interesting and value as non-material, but how to get it back, the geese, the smells, the environment around these buildings. And, for example, in Stanton there is a medieval castle, and when you enter, when you buy the ticket, and you go in, and there is a pack of geese walking around the castle grounds, and it immediately adds something to the museum, to the castle. It feels more authentic. The smell in the air is different, literally. So that is another component that is important. Another component, transference of knowledge to new architects, new colleagues. I'm very happy that the museum has worked with the Technical University, has created an exhibition. Unfortunately, I was not able to visit myself, and it's about historical measurements. I understand that the museum is working with a technical university, and there are some solutions possible, how the measuring skills and the skills that are necessary for an architect, for them to be able to work with such old wooden buildings, how to transfer these skills to new students so that they are able to draft such plans, to plan new building restorations, and to include it in the curriculum of new architects. And in conclusion, a quote from Paul Kunziņš about the meaning of the museum to gather the testimony of our nation and to preserve the daily life of older times, and to show the buildings, the furnishings, the instruments, but also to preserve the environment, to extend the sustainability of such environments. And in the Sēlija farmstead, we have the construction project, as I mentioned before, and the current legislation in force foresees that there has to be the tendering process, the construction project, and of course the museum complies with the regulation in force. And whether it is compliant with the vision, that is an open question, and that will be all from me, and I'm ready to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you, Artur, for the wonderful presentation. Before we go to questions, I wanted to say that this project is the one for which colleagues from Germany and the Nordics are a bit envious for its scale and knowledge required to implement it. So questions, please.
Man
Hello, my name is Raimonds. How did you include in the construction project, according to all the legal acts, environmental accessibility, energy efficiency? How did you resolve these issues? Well, we were saved by the fact that these are exhibition buildings. That's one thing. So it's a bit funny, but yes. The good news is that when we coordinate the things, the construction authorities, they understand what the situation is, and we live in a bit of an absurd theater. One side understands the others that one part is doing something that is not actually required, but everyone is following the rules that are enforced. Well, that is the way we have to work. And about the reinforcements and prosthesis, did you do any calculations on that? Well, we recalculated on the roofing, the rafters and load-bearing beams, and for the walls we have the conventional methods. As you know, for wooden buildings, the reserve, what a log can do or not, well, these are proper logs, very strong and load-bearing, so if we add the logs how they are meant to be laid in a building, then everything is fine. Thank you. Any other questions? Or maybe from social networks? Yes, at the back there, please. There is a question from online. It's most likely about the buildings in stocks that will be installed. Do you do dendrological analysis for this wood? Within this project, we did not do that type of analysis. Maybe museum would like to do that, but currently, no, that kind of testing, establishing dates has not been done. But it's a good recommendation. We can also include this dimension in the overall. We can date the wood. Yes, we have experience in this farmstead. It was not done, but in Veveri, we did that type of analysis, and it is possible. Yeah. One more question. I wanted to ask, since in the stacks the logs were staying for a long time, about the rotting wood, was there any material process to prevent that? Currently, no, we only restacked the stockpile. We were not planning for that. We did not plan restacking. We wanted to do measurements and to work, so to speak, from the computer, but we were forced to restack these stockpiles because we understood that we will have builders who will be doing this properly. And for us as architects, we do not have such resources to work with logs as such. But yes, the stocks were recompiled. We did not recompile in the same way. We did it so that there would be a better flow of air. The situation is better, but definitely if the stacks continue to stay in that way and this project gets stuck somewhere, then the loss amount will be even more significant. But it's an open stack, and there is wind going through, and it is drying, but still about rotting. But it's not a very dangerous type of decay or rot. And the fungus that is there, it needs warmth and moisture to expand. So it cannot proliferate currently in these conditions. There is another question. Yes, please. Do you see any market segment for preparing the wood? Because in Latvia, a lot of buildings are being restored. As you said, there are damaging the wood in preparation for it to produce a better timber. Is it being done somewhere in Latvia, perhaps? There have been 15 attempts. The publication I mentioned, I cannot give you the author, but it's published by Riga Technical University, and they have a description of experience with this type of approach. Our colleagues, together with colleagues from Norway, did this kind of preparations. There were some clearings in the forest where they prepared the wood in this way, and I hope that here we will also be able to do the same. But yes, we need someone who can assess the wood in that way. I see there's one more question. So for the last question, maybe.
Jā, es vairāk gribēju vienkārši novērtēt, pozitīvi novērtēt to
just wanted to give a positive assessment of the proposition to educate the public regarding the craftsman skills that will be involved. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's something we can do together with the museum.
Thank you, Artur, for this wonderful presentation. It's very thought-provoking. And the next speaker that I would like to invite is Doctor of History Martin Kuplais, historian at the Ethnography Department of the Ethnographic Open-Air Museum of Latvia. He knows the history of the museum very well, and he will speak on restoration methods, trends, challenges in preserving exhibition buildings. You have the floor. Good day. Maybe I can have some assistance in pushing the right buttons here.
Jā, paldies. Tā. Par autentiskumu.
On authenticism, there is a crowd not on a exhibition item, and so she doesn't do any harm to the exhibition. Which button do I have to press again?
Un tikai šis. Jā, paldies. Paldies, atvainojiet, lūdzu.
I'm sorry for that.
Nu. Es viņu nevaru dabūt uz priekšu.
Somehow I can't get it to work.
Tā, paldies. Tātad pēdējos daudzus simtus gadus, respektīvi 17. un 18.
Since the 17th and 18th century, every Latvian dwelling house, for the most part, also
visas bija sekts ar salmiem. Un tajā laikā, kad sāk veidot Brīvības muzeju, tad, protams, šī parādība jau gāja uz beigām, jo 19. gadsimta beigās, parādoties kuļmašīnām, izrādījās, ka tie kuļmašīnas salmi vairs nedara jūtam, ka tur ir vajadzīgi tikai garkūļi rijā kaltēt un uzmanīgi izpulti, un šie kuļmašīnas salmi, kā liecina, pareizēja eksperimenti 70 gadu, un viss, un jākal jāliek jauns jums. Un tāpēc sākot ar 19. gadsimta 90. gadiem, notiek laukos, koka ēkām, vispār zemnieku ēkām, jumta seguma nomaiņa. Tā ir principiāli tāda parādība, kas izmainīja visu Latvijas ainām.
Exchanged in all of Latvia mostly. Gradually.
Zemnieku jumti tika pārklāti vai ar šindeļiem, kas ir viens no koka,
so they were covered with shingles,
kurus lielākoties lika iebraucēji amatnieku brigādes turīgiem zemniekiem, brigādes, kas iebrauc no Kaunas gubērņus,
from
kur bija
Kaunas
ebreji lielākoties. Un tam
governorate,
līdzīgi. Tie bija profesionāli
Hebrew
amatnieki. Bet
professionals
lielāko daļu zemnieku
who
nomainījušos
did these works, but also the farmers themselves. They exchanged these reed roofs
Protams, vispirms nomainīja vidzemē,
for
kurzemē, zemgalē un latgalē vietums šī parādība saglabājās līdz pat
wood
70.
shavings,
gadiem,
and these were preserved in many places in Latvia until the 1970s.
Visas tās celtnes, kas ir atkal uzstādīts Brīvdabas muzejā līdz 1940. gadam, tās bija apjumtas vēl ar salmiem, jo pie šiem salmiem varēja tikt.
In the open-air museum, there was still
atlīdzību sagatavoja garkuļus, un tādējādi visi sēkas tika apjumtas ar autentiskiem salmu jumtiem.
There were thatched roofs, rather, made of straw reeds, and
kā jūs ziniet, Otrais pasaules karš.
And then we had World War II and the aftermath of the war, and in the 50s, all of these thatched roofs had become unusable, and we have enough documents to show that there were attempts to repair these thatched roofs, but that proved impossible, so gradually, starting from the 1950s and the end of the 50s, the thatched roofs were exchanged for reed roofs, as you can see here.
Bet ir visādas reģionālās, vai vietējās celtniecības īpatnības.
There are regional
Dienvidrietumu kurzemē, kur niedru jumts jau bija kā tradicionāls
specialties, and in Western Coronia,
diametrs,
they had
solis, attiecīgs latojums,
rafters in a specific distance from each other, and they could cover the roof with 30 centimeters of reed, and everyone applauded. And that's what happened to the roofs that were from southwestern Coronia. But in Latgale, you can see the distance between the rafters is 2.5 meters. And very, and if you have the
kuram ir priekšstats, ka jāuzliek 30 centimetri, jo biezāk, jo labāk.
This roof covering by a craftsman applied, what happens then? This building is unable to carry the load. The roof will be too heavy. And then we have to turn it around. We have to undo it. Strengthen the roof constructions and ask the craftsmen to take into account the physical load that the roof is able to carry, so it should not be more than 15 centimeters. A roof made of reed is much more resilient than a thatched roof. This is very well made. There is there is no moss yet on the roof. Yet, in 12 or 15 years,
lai viņš atbilst šim celtnes un novadu raksturam. Tā kā šajā gadījumā.
roof ridge will have to be repaired again.
Bet tas sākās tie joki. Ja salmu jumts, ja kā mēs lasām literatūrā kaut kur kādam saimniekam, salmu jumts bija apaudzis ar sūnām, tad tas nozīmē,
was
ka
covered by moss.
Stecēt, un ka tas ir
That
galīgs
meant
nabaks un
that
sliņķis un tam
this
līdzīgi un tā
farmer
joprojām.
is
Bet
a
niedar
poor
jumts
man
stāv,
and he's
un
lazy,
pēc kaut
etc.
kādiem
But
15, 20 gadiem, ja
a
viņš nav
reed
tik
roof,
labvēlīgā vidē kā iepriekšējā, jūs redzējāt,
after
viņš sāk
15 or
nosūnot.
20 years, it may
Viņš sāk
also be
nosūnot,
covered by moss.
Un, lai šai videi piedotu kaut cik, neteiksim estētiski, bet tādu dzīvotnes vidu,
And so that this environment would be more aesthetic or
jācīnās ar to, ar šo sūnu.
pleasant, we have to try to fight this moss.
Kociņa apaugumu, kurš izveidojas uz jumta. Kaut
And even
gan,
little trees that start to grow on the roof.
vecajā literatūrā ir teikts,
Yet in
ka
the
uz
old
koras
literature,
mēdz uzbērt tātad spaļas
We can
sajauktas ar
read
māliem
that on the
un
ridge we had
iesēt vēl
clay
auzus, lai
and even
nostiprina ar saknēm. Tas nozīmē, ka ja jūs Brīvdabas muzejā ieraugiet uz koras kaut ko zaļojošu,
oats would be
tad lūdzu
planted there
neskrieniet sūdzēties, ka jums
sometimes
uz jumta kaut
on the
kas
roof
aug. Tas būtu tik
ridge.
autentisks, cik
That would be
autentisks.
very authentic.
Tāds pretruns.
So this is a contradiction of sorts.
Nu, lūk, te viņš ir pēc notīrīšanas.
This is what the roof looks like after it has been cleaned.
Tie ir tādi jau tagad paredzami procesi. Bet ir celtnes, kas pārvest 30. gados.
In the
un kas ir
30s, we
uzbūvētas
had
Brīvdabas muzejā tieši tā,
buildings set up in the open-air
respektīvi tā arī
museum
uzstādīts, ja? Tā kā viņš bija savā oriģinālajā vidē. Un lūk, šis
as they
36.
looked
gadā
originally. And in
uzstādītais
1936,
Darvas cepļa
this tar
jumts,
kiln with
apbūve,
this
Darvas
roof
ceplis pats ir
was erected in the open-air museum.
Bija nonācis tādā stāvoklī, ka kļuva bīstams
But it
publikai.
started to be
Un lūk, šeit
dangerous
attēlā jūs
for the
redzat, ka viss tā
visitors.
celtne balstās tikai uz tiem 6 lielajiem stabiem.
The entire
Te
building
ir
is
gadu
only
skaitlis, kad iespējams viņi jau ir sākt būvēt. Un 36. gadā tā celtne pārvest, uzstādīt
resting
protēzes
on
ierakas zemē.
6 pillars,
Un tad, kad
and
viņas ir nostāvējušas
these
tik daudz
pillars
gadus,
were
tad ir kaut kas
stuck
radikāli
into the
jādara.
ground,
Un šajā
and
gadījumā
that meant that they
visa celtne tika
started to get damaged.
protēzes
The entire building was
noņemtas,
torn down in this case.
nomainītas,
The
kā jūs
protheses were
redzat
taken
attēlā.
down, exchanged, as you can see here.
Viss tas tiek izdarīts
All of that
muzeja darbinieku restaurātoru spēkiem.
is done by the
Un
museum
pēc tam
staff
šī
and the
celtne atkal
restorators of the
uzlikta
museum.
atpakaļ.
The building is
Ja jūs
re-erected.
neteiksiet, ka viņi ir autentiski, tad es būšu ļoti
If you
apvainots.
don't say that this is an authentic building, I will be
Tikpat oriģināli savā kāda
cross.
reiz bija.
It looks
Nu,
same way that it
tātad
did in the
niedrjumta
beginning.
nomaiņa
reed roofs,
ir atkarīgi un kā
if they need to
jebkuras
be exchanged,
konstrukcijas, jā, vai
as
tā ir
every
mašīna, vai tas
construction,
ir jumts, protams, ir atkarīgi no amatniecības kvalitātes, no licēja
you need to have
kvalitātes
good
un arī no
craftsmen,
tiem apstākļiem, kādos šis jumts pakļauts. Šeit ir
and
niedrjumta
also
nomaiņa pagājušajā
the environment in which
sezonā,
this roof is
kur, kā
standing
jūs
matters.
redzat, viņš ir nostāvējis
Last
40
season we exchanged
vairāk
this roof,
gadus.
which had
Un
stood there for
tikai
more than
tāpēc,
40
ka-
years.
Labi, atvainojiet, man aizgāja pa tālu. Bet tas nekas.
I didn't mean to show this slide at this point, but maybe that's not a
Muzejos,
problem.
kas funkcionē tik ilgi, darbojušās ir ļoti dažādas paaudzes. Un katra paudze savā muzejā ir atstājusi savus
We have had several generations working in the museum, and each of them has left their mark on the museum. And in 1936, the Monuments Board moved several kilns from Rundāli Castle to the museum. And chimney was erected there, and until 1959 it stood there. Then a threshing house was moved to the Open Air Museum, and it turned out that these people knew how they knew the craftsman's methods for laying clay floors. There are different technologies how to do that. You can have raw clay mixed with bricks that are broken down in small pieces, and this was also done in 1959. You had this original tile stove from Rundāli Castle, which was built here, re-erected here. And after the clay floor was exchanged, we have wonderful fragments here. And you have several boxes of these wonderful tiles, which are well preserved, and we have given them back to Rundāli Castle by now. Some more words on the roofs. This vernacular material should be used in 40 degrees steepness, not less than 40 degrees. And if the steepness is less, then after 10 years, you will have damage to the kiln. So how do you deal with that? You can exchange the shingles for new shingles, but in one case we had to use a metal roof, apply a metal roof. And it's fascinating that the craftsmen at that time, they were able to build these roofs so that they had no water running through the roof. Vidi kaut kā jācenšas izveidot tādu ticamu, respektīvi, kā tas smalki teica, autentisku. Un viens no veidiem, we try to do everything authentically. Viens no veidiem ir un nepieciešamībām, lai varētu publika kaut kur novietoties, teiksim, mēs nevaram būvēt kaut kādus saules paviljonus. So we can't build pavilions there or anything alike. Vairākas brakas. Braka, tātad kaudzes jumts. So we have roofs like this throughout the territory of the Open Air Museum. Nav pretrunā ar īstenību kādreiz eksistējušo, un ir arī atrisināts. It's a hip roof, and that is more authentic, more true to history. The Open Air Museum also wants to show the lifestyle of the people how they transported the hay from the hip roofs and to the threshing houses or barns. From the Middle Ages, the late Middle Ages on, we have used tar in Latvia a lot. Sorry, I'm struggling again with the PowerPoint presentation here. Missing some of the slides that I wanted to comment on. Thank you. As Madam Director also said, we have some objects outside of Riga, and this is one such object that we have. To understand what way the farmers used to live, you needed an assembly of buildings, the dwelling house, the ground barn. Without the ground barn, you will not have a proper farming environment. So, the Open Air Museum has now had an opportunity to purchase a farmstead, which will also have a ground barn. Perhaps next year we will have the opportunity to report more on that, because it's still ongoing. But here in the circle you can see you can see the storehouse or granary with the reed roof that is being renewed after more than 50 years. We also encounter problems that we had not foreseen and that we cannot solve right away. One of them are problems like these, where, as you can see on the photograph, we have masonry walls that have broken down, and this is one such example, and to preserve it, to make sure that it does not disintegrate further, we try to keep it as it is. There's still a lot of work ahead of us. In order not to lose these buildings that we may purchase in the future, you see that we even use tents, which are only provisional measures. The tent will be over the building perhaps until spring, no longer than that. This is what the buildings look like today. They are in a reasonably good state, except for the building where the animals were kept. And the question is, how do we renew these buildings the way they looked in the second half of the 19th century, or when we already had fewer thatched roofs in Latvia? Or would we try to restore them as they were before that? So we're coming back to the problem that I started to discuss with regard to the tar kiln. In 1971, one such building was erected in the National Museum, National Open Air Museum, and then we had log houses, and still we also have pile buildings with piles like this, and protheses were applied to these. Struts and here it's uncovered, you can see everything, the construction, the repair works. So whether we will do it like this or in other technologies, but lifting up the entire building or in different ways, we will know next year. Yet these two approaches are those that help us to preserve the original building in its original state as much as possible. One of the most dangerous things is to tear down a building entirely. Unfortunately, sometimes that is done, but it's better to try to do it only partly. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Martin, for the wonderful presentation. Now we can have questions and answers. Was everything clear? Thank you for the presentation. I made a mistake during my presentation. There were not geese, but turtles in my presentation. Still, what you said on the tar kiln, indeed, the preservation of this and the handicrafts skills, it's a challenge. You have a building, but you have the processes around that. In the East, temples used to be torn down regularly, every 20 or 30 years. That was done. The authenticity is part of it is the building itself, but the other is the method, how you renovate buildings. That's also an important part of authenticity. So may the museum be successful also in preserving this authenticity. Are there any further questions? Looking at this cold winter that we have this year, it occurs to me, the following question occurs to me: is this not a better winter for preserving the roofs than in the mild winters that we had lately? In the old times, we had colder winters, didn't we? So how is it from that point of view? thinking about the roofs, for example. In some of the manors, we had roofs and we had contracts, lease contracts of the manors that a 20th of the roof had to be renovated every year, which means that your thatched roof will be exchanged completely within 20 years. The thatched roof can't stand for any longer. A reed roof is more resistant, it can stand for longer. Even in the forest, in very unfavorable conditions, when you always have leaves falling on the roof, the thatched roof is still standing after 50 years, but the time comes when you have to exchange it. So the climate, and everything that does play a role, but it's difficult to calculate. And with regard to shingles, there's a legend that aspen shingle is the best, but that's not true. The best shingles that we have are from pine, and they will not they will stand for 30-40 years, and those are the best ones. No further questions? Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mārtiņš.
Kā nākamo runātājs gribētu
The
pieteikt
next speaker,
muzeja restaurācijas
he will be
departamentu
the
vadītāju
head of the restoration department of the Open Air Museum, Ms. Ieškevica. She does the practical part, and she will tell you about what has been achieved over the last year.
Kur ir man prezentācija?
I cannot find my presentation.
Reku. Reku šitais maziņais. Jā, ir. Paldies. Ir. Labdien! Paldies Oskaram par pieteikumu.
Hello everyone, thank you Oskars for introducing me. But yes, my name is Ieva Ieškevica, I am the head of the restoration department at the Latvian Ethnographic Open Air Museum. Mārtiņš Kuklais already talked about the exhibition and how to preserve it and what issues we encounter in this work. I will tell you in detail what type of work we do in our open air exhibition and what challenges we faced in 2025. I would like to start by saying that I work in a wonderfully beautiful place, and only few among us realize how fragile this seemingly eternal wooden heritage is, and its beauty is preserved by massive teamwork, by people and their knowledge, experience, skills, and of course also funding. Our work is of course subjected to weather conditions. From May to October we can do field work, but during the cold season we do a lot to prepare our materials and on individual pieces of our exhibition. As Mārtiņš already said, we have thousands of such items, and we also, of course, work on the reports. And what was 2025 like? There was a lot of rain, seemingly endless rain, but thanks to good plans and the warm autumn, we could continue our work and start new projects. And I can split our work in 3 parts. Preventive maintenance, so this is maintenance, tarring, creating rain gutters, cleaning, restoring the paint surface, cleaning roofs, monitoring of insects, removal of dangerous trees. Then we have small repair and restoration works that prevent potential greater damage, for example, repair of fences and roofs, damaged elements and their replacement. And then we have repair and restoration work. This is a long-term effort, replacing roofs, restoration, fundamental work, restoration or repairs of ovens, restoration or renewal of a painted surface. So preventive maintenance, the most important works here are removal of vegetation on exhibition building surfaces and prevention of moisture accumulation. So we removed vegetation from pub, which should sometimes reach almost half a meter, which you can see on the picture. And due to the project that was not implemented, the increased vegetation was a threat to the foundations of the building and the wooden construction, especially on the first log of the fundamental framework. So we removed vegetation to relieve the foundation in its original type, and we also cleaned 6 roofs of our exhibition buildings. We did this work mechanically by removing vegetation from the roof plates. We do not use biocides as that did not provide necessary results. Dead organisms created fertile soil for future vegetation that came back in about 2 years. But we did the opposite on the barn foundation lielvever to protect it from the weather exposure. We covered it with earth and grass. You can see on the picture here. I would like to say thanks to Uģis Urtāns for developing this method and managing this work. As I said, we also got rid of dangerous trees that were a threat to the exhibition buildings and also to our visitors. So next, small restoration and repair work. We do this work throughout the year whenever necessary. The exhibition area is constantly surveyed and we identify any changes and then we fix them as necessary or include them in our work plan. We have to do a lot of work on the fences, which is an integral part of the ethnographic farmstead. By replacing the posts or separate parts, we can significantly extend the life of such fences. And last year we did such repair work across the entire territory. And usually we have to work on pole fences. And such repair work can also extend the life of roofs in various exhibition sites, both thatched roofs and shingle roofs are being repaired, as you can see in the picture where only several shingles needed replacement. And we also re-insulate windows in order to prevent moisture from entering the constructions and also for providing warmer interiors. And talking about insulation, we work on this in exhibition buildings that are open in winter. These are complex and long-term assignments. We installed so-called winter windows in two exhibition buildings, and in addition to that, already in 2024, we have changed the roof insulation, the oven has been reconstructed, and this work will be continued by adding moss to the cracks in the building walls. On ovens, in cooperation with Varbūt, we have partially reconstructed one of our ovens. These ovens have been constructed and reconstructed over the years and have gradually lost their functionality. We have constructed a new wood-fired oven and restored its cover. And this enables us to be more active in these buildings. And as you can see, visitors enjoy this sitting part of the oven that is very warm. So repair and restoration work, these are priority work set out in our strategy and are planned for the long term. Assessing the capacity of our staff and their skills, these works are usually completed with the help of people hired for these works from outside the museum. Partially or completely we have restored the reed roofing. Also the ridge of these reed roofs has been restored, and for two buildings that shingled roofing has been restored. The thatched shingled roof can be seen in the middle, and the reed roofs on the sides of this slide. We also worked on restoring the masonry and stone foundation parts of our buildings. For example, in the Priede pub, and we have also restored the technical integrity of the stone foundation. We also worked to attract funding in public tenders last year. We supported two projects that are linked with exhibition buildings. One of those is the Pakalni windmill masonry restoration. Materials used in restoration in the 1970s are now too old. The mortar has disintegrated and bricks have eroded and cracked. The plinth is in unfavorable technical condition, and thanks to support, masonry restoration work has started in 2022 by developing the methodology and restoring one part of the facade. And with the support of the Cultural Capital Foundation and also involving the funds of the museum itself, this work was continued in 2023, 2024 and 2025. And we would like to thank Ivars Graudums for cooperating in this particular aspect. And thanks to the support of the Ministry of Culture, in Vītolnīki exhibition in the barn, we have installed a floor covering in order to expand our exhibition. I would also like to highlight the restoration of the Gutu crucifix. This started in 2024 by replacing the roofing that was damaged by weather, the badly damaged constructions, the little gate, the railings, and other elements. In 2025, we worked on restoring the polychromy. The color layers had cracked, it was deteriorated and was no longer providing protection. So we removed the old paint, reinforced the timber material and restored the painting part. And therefore we have now restored the technical resilience and the historical painting system that clearly shows the sacral traditions of the Latgale region. And we would like to thank Lāsma Krūze, an expert on this type of restoration, for her contribution to this restoration effort. What were the challenges of 2025? Fortunately, we did not have many adverse weather events. There were some wind damage, but it did not impact our work very significantly. The warm autumn helped us complete all the work. And a problem that we face more often is acquiring and supplying the necessary materials. I'm not talking about standard materials from suppliers. The problems are with non-standard materials, especially for fences. In our exhibition, we have 12 types of fences from various materials, planks, posts, and so forth. And each of these has been constructed from quite specific wooden materials. For example, to restore 1 meter of fence zedeņi fence, we need branches that are cut from pine trees that are felled. We have cooperation with Latvian Forestry Management Organization, but we still don't know how this development model will be continued. We have also worked with private individuals, but in order to purchase materials from them, we have to comply with very heavy bureaucratic requirements. Another challenge is the learning of new skills and methods. For example, the installation of turf on the boulder masonry wall. And we have very interesting processes for learning how to extract shingles and prepare and draft specific windows. And here I would like to say thank you to all my employees at the museum. Thank you, Eva, for this excellent presentation. A quick presentation, but very impressive, and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions from people here in the hall. Specific questions, maybe? One question about the daily routine when you survey buildings. So you have some sort of patrols. Can you tell more? Do you have a team that is keeping an eye on the buildings to see what needs to be done? So you want to know how we do these things? Okay, we are planning that such surveys will be done in a planned way, that there will be a detailed approach for every building in order to assess risks. But basically it means buildings are surveyed by our employees, especially after very strong winds or rainfall. And of course also building surveyors give us this information, because we cannot see everything when we just pass these buildings by. Any further questions? My question then about vecvērī conservation. So you use clay as a hydro-insulating material. That's something I see for the first time. Maybe you can tell about your methods, how you pick them, what are the alternatives, and what could be the approaches for other foundations that are currently covered but are still waiting for the top layer. Yes, as I said, this method was developed by Uģis Urtāns. As an archaeologist, he had encountered such method previously, and Artūrs Lapiņš could maybe give more comments. It was more experience from other objects that we integrated in our own work, because as I said, we did not have any such experience before. Maybe some online questions, or still from those present? If there are no questions, then thank you very much. Thank you for the inspiring presentation.
Mēs esam abrīnojami iekļaujušies
We
laika
have
rāmī, un tagad mēs
quite
dosimies
unbelievably
nelielā pārtraukumā.
Finished on time. We will have a break now. I will invite you all back here at 15 past 1 o'clock so that we can start on the dot. There are some snacks and refreshing drinks available, so please enjoy.
konferences otrai daļai. Tā, daži vārdi preambulu otrai daļai.
A few words by way of introduction for part 2 of our conference. We will focus on the interpretation of the architectural heritage. We have started building and planning of buildings at the Open Air Museum in Latvia, and we wanted to look at some of the latest tendencies in this sphere. You may know that there are two main approaches, or rather realms, the public and the private realm. We will focus on approaches that take into account the user's perspective, the way that the user will use this building, because that helps to connect to the building, to the structure. And our speaker, Daniel Ure from Stockholm, was unfortunately unable to attend our conference due to family reasons. He had to attend to his daughter. He sends his best wishes and his apologies for not being able to attend. And still, we will have our first speaker, to whom I will now pass the floor, Professor Dr. Dagmar Jäger from Berlin Architectural University. She is unique in European architecture because with her partner, Christian Pieper, she was one of the first in Berlin who started this approach, which is focused on the user. And during the last 30 years, she's worked on many projects of this kind. She's an excellent high university teacher of architecture as well. So I will pass the floor to Dagmar now and let us listen to her experience from Berlin from the last 30 years.
Thank you, Oscar, for probably introducing me. And a lot for, no, I need this, for the invitation for this afternoon in this wonderful location. I'm just looking for the morning speakers. I found you because I wanted to refer to some points at the beginning. But the one who talked about, it was Martin talking about the oats on the roof top. I just wanted to say, oh, we great. This, you remember the idea, no, not the tradition of the oats on the rooftops, so retaking traditions. My topic is the transfer of traditions, what I will approach on 3 layers, in the topics of conversion, in the topic of cooperation, on the topic of low-tech construction. And lots of terms what I will use for my time have been already launched in the morning in other contexts, and I try a little bit to refer. Zander, national identity awareness, Oscar's tradition of knowledge. Mika talked about accessibility topics and barrier-free problematics. Arthur, not around, talked about the really important topic of authenticity while reconstructing, but this topic came back also with Martin. So which layer do we reconstruct in the buildings? So which time period do we reconstruct the reconstruction and in which way? So do we repeat mistakes? So lots of topics, what we consider. Yeva, I really liked, I'm just looking up, doesn't matter. I really like the fragility of wood, what she mentioned. So the fragility, I put it in the other way around. When I look at my projects, what I will bring you, I'm not coming from heritage in the origin sense, but I'm coming from the working with the building stock. This has all the rest, what is not 3% of the heritage protected buildings what we have in Europe. I don't know the number of Latvia. Probably some of you here knows how many, from the whole building stock, of the national building stock, how many do you have? Somebody knows? Under protection? So this is a European number, but the differences, of course, are there. So I just start, and you see how I start, and this is the period where I think where we have to look at, of course. And I start with my starting point, I have called this, so with the topic of vacancy and neglection and demolition, what we have to face. So I start with a reality. I'm an optimistic realist or a real-based optimist because we talk, when we don't talk about what is happening, we talk about what might happen, and this is what I want to address. I see the existing building stock, this is what I want to address, so especially not what is heritage, but what is before heritage, or if it is too late for heritage. This is just under demolition in Berlin. There are many places to be demolished at the moment. Mostly people don't really look at it, but if it is important, you look at it. Like this important sports center and swimming pool, indoor swimming pool of the GDR. So the GDR answer to the Centre Pompidou in East Berlin, just under demolition since December. Since the middle of the last century, we got used to first vacant, then neglected, then demolished, mostly after a long period of neglection. I come to this by numbers again. Last demolished building, so I just look for you at the most representative. There are much more. It's actually in Europe, of course. I look at Berlin as an example. Ministry of Building, the name is different. It is the last of the GDR, different, you have always different names for it. The Ministry of Department of Construction, Urban Planning and Housing, this is a building just also under demolition, just nearby to the Humboldt Forum, what is a castle, what you all know for sure. Another building where I worked with my students who are sitting over there just over 2 years, together with the department city of Marzahn, public building of health, empty since 2014. So 12 years, quite usual. We have lots of empty spaces in Berlin, and you know the talk about missing places for apartments, residents, and so on. So this, what we have as vacant buildings like this, lots of reasons for this, but what is new that we have younger public administrative buildings also falling out of function. And these younger buildings mostly often are no heritage or not yet heritage. And of course, this is our problem because topic price speculation, topic building regulations, you spoke about the accessibility. I go back to this because this is a drawing one of Daniel has made. This building has, I think, 1 meter missing between the two staircases for rescuing, fire protection. The regulations go higher and higher, and this is, of course, one of our many problems. What we have to deal with, what we have done before over centuries, is just to maintain, adopt, and continue building. Another example, then I stop. It's a large block, 3 blocks, Berlin blocks, so a large plot. Ministry of State Security. On the left side here, you see this part. You don't. It's the left part of the block. 3 Berlin blocks, historical Berlin blocks. It's really large. The other side is used by museum and co. The left part is more or less empty, around 30,000 square meters. I just spell it slowly because you know all you heard about, and we talk about metropolitan lack of apartments. Yeah, you heard about this problematic. Not only youngsters are not able to live there anymore and to pay the rents, but also the middle classes, if they have to come to Berlin, if they don't have apartments since decades. So this is a sort of the situation. The building obsolescence is another topic. The obsolescence, I hope everybody, this topic, Wegwerfgesellschaft, so this is a topic what we deal since more than 50 years. So we get used to the new and we get used to throw away. And this came to the building industry since now like 30 years. So that we have, this is a building where I just started, I was in the middle of my studies, so in beginning of 90s, and it was just destroyed. Here, this is a deconstruction. It was destroyed just a couple of years ago for the ceiling height. Hackischer Markt. So perhaps only one chiffre more. The land prices in the metropolitan areas, they have amounted during, I wrote it from 2010 to now, of 1,500 times. So it is quite a difference, and it makes a difference, and we have problems what you have to face. And again, to my starting point, the existing building stock, and then I post the most important national wealth. This is citation of Lucius Burckhardt, this is an important sociologist of Kassel of the last century. He's just up there with a reprinted book, The Smallest Possible Intervention, is it called. He quoted, and this I really find this a discovery as a sort of a recognition. All what is built is our national wealth. It's not only the heritage, but everything what is built is our national health. And from there, I'm going further to the next topic, because of course we have all these buildings still, and these buildings, what we heard in the morning, they bear, of course, lots of knowledge. They transfer knowledge. I dream of being able to plant oat on all the rooftops, because perhaps you can even walk on it. So we have this knowledge in these buildings, and this knowledge of these buildings is not only the visible of the material, the construction, the long-term low-tech construction, but it is what is connected to this, the cooperation opportunity, what is in it, because high-tech is not done for cooperation, but low-tech is done for cooperation. Expert user cooperation, how we call it today, what was the guilds, the craft guilds with the residents, it was quite usual. All sorts of cooperation was usual, was normal in the building culture. And of course we need this because I come here, this rate, House of Europe was an initiative of last year, just these sort of numbers, you all know this probably. So what we cause by the building industry is a high part of the climate change, and what we have to do in renovation is much behind what we should have to do. So at the moment, the renovation rate in Europe is a third part of what we have to do to achieve the goals of 2050. So we would have much to do in renovation, and renovation problematics have been mentioned in the morning, and we have the same, and who is doing it if not us, because we have to run behind the piled up problematics. 75% of the most building stock in Europe is not rehabilitated since 75. So let's say surface rehabilitation, but not purely renovation and renovation of the building stock in sense of maintenance and adoption. What means that you don't need a full, complete redoing of the renovation. So this is where I want to go to this topic of knowledge transfer. What do we know, and for what problems do we need this knowledge? This is what I want to talk about. This is one of the buildings after the reunification of Germany. Renovated of a building group. It's one of the large co-ops today. So they started with this building. They have now quite a lot of buildings as a cooperation company, and taking care for buildings, taking care for their residents, which partly are owners of the whole together. This is the principle of co-op. I think you will speak about this later. This topic of low tech, this was my first building, what I done from the very beginning to the very end in '94, same time as this renovated building in low tech principle, because this low tech principle, of course, is no invention. If we talk about this onion, what you see, the red is the middle hall. It is the most heated place around a ramp. Because mostly handicapped people don't want to have something what looks like for handicapped, but they want also to have very nice places. And this is also the winter garden, so not heated. And then there are 3 clusters. You see here this winter garden, what is a ramp running around the central hall for 3 cluster apartments with independent circulation, because this is one of the topics what we have to deal, of course. The question of circulation, also in the morning it was mentioned, because on the circulation, of course, we have to adopt a lot. Alvaro Caesar, with him I stopped this, let's say, this starting of the topic of knowledge transfer. He just quoted, while the Chiado, some of you have heard about this, he reconstructed and rehabilitated the Chiado, and he is, of course, a wonderful architect of Lisbon, and he said, we have to develop projects for the smallest inevitable interventions. And this is a very modest position. I just put next to it a situation where you see this sort of reconstruction, because, of course, you walk through and you don't notice but just that it is beautiful. And you don't have the feeling that there was a big architect. It is just a sort of going into people's needs and people's social and economic and cultural needs by working further with what we have. So my hypothesis for this afternoon is the transition into this, what we call the sustainable repair society, what in architecture is the key topic since about 10 years. This transition, for this transition, we need strategies of learning and of cooperation. And this one in medieval times, until the industrialization, was done by the craftsmen. This knowledge has ever been grounded in border crossing of disciplines, border crossing of craftsmen's specializations, and border crossing of borders, of geographical borders, because also the craftsmen were voyaging and transferring their knowledge in the medieval building huts. And these learning processes, they take place today, and they have taken place in multidisciplinary and multi-generational settings, because the youngsters and the older, they work together and they learn from each other. So these are the points where I think we have to catch up, because I don't speak about economies. I just forget at the beginning to mention, of course, the lack of financing is one of the reasons of this piling up of renovation rate what we have in Europe. Yeah, we just work in Germany at the moment with an incredible large amount of new deaths. So knowledge transfer for cooperating and for renovating is something what we really need to do. I brought some 3 little windows in Berlin projects from the 20th century, the beginning in between the wars, after the heyday of demolition, the 70s, 80s, and of after 2000. Just to show pilot projects which work on this, because we have lots of pilot projects. The question is if we want to learn about it. So in Europe, as I'm from Berlin, I just look at Berlin to make the thing a little bit handleable. This is a field, what I called, I just thought about how I can call it, because the tasks, the traditions, and the learning, this is a field where we have to move all together from the building industry today and from the planner side. So all who are involved, and all what is in between this topic conversion is also mostly and ever adoption. It is also maintenance. It is the topic of reactivating very often. So this is a field where I'm just have chosen the projects, and lots of projects are in this field if they aren't under heritage protection. I come to topic of knowledge fields, learning fields of studies and continuing studies. Just to start with two very, very important persons, Bruno Taut and Leberecht Migge. Leberecht Migge is a landscape architect, one of the very early of the beginning of the 20th century, who worked together with Bruno Taut, not only on sun and light for everybody, but also on the garden of large settlements. Here, so in between the two world wars, this growing home concept. These buildings, Bruno Taut has 4 settlements in Berlin, large settlements under UNESCO World Heritage Protection. So this, what you see here, you see the green dot. This is just a blick in this, the view in this courtyard. So one of, I don't know how many in any case, it's a large community of more than 1,000 apartments. And you see this sort of community building. Community does not fall from the sky. It is a condition or it's a destroyed condition. And residents, of course, are responsible for creating or allowing community. So they, Taut and Leberecht Migge, by activating the courtyards and the in-between spaces, they fostered community. And they fostered low-tech, of course, for self-help. You see the sun protection over there. Yeah, this is status quo. It's contemporary, I think it's our photos, yes. So they are rehabilitated very carefully, World Heritage. So it's of course important. And in sense of there is a money flow, but it is in this low-tech area so that people who live there can work with it, can take care for it, and can of course adopt it to their needs. Sun protection, growing gardens on the balcony, and so on. You see here this very old tradition of the refrigerator without energy. 8 months in the northern European area, we don't need energy for taking food, so we don't need a refrigerator. This has been there before over centuries, quite normal that you look for the most coldest place in the place where you live, beneath Pleshnik. So just there are lots of places where you can learn about this. And he just did it in a large settlement. So I jump over to the 70s, 80s, so heyday of demolition of the Berlin. What today, the Gründerzeit, the Wilhelminian, all the inner city was under demolition in this time, and the peaceful demonstrations prevented from the demolition of what today is the most expensive apartments. So the inner city districts, Kreuzberg, Prenzlauer Berg, and Co. What is all in the inner circle of Berlin. And these were the demonstrations. In the middle was my first boss when I started after my first diploma, Hinrich and Inke Baller. And this sort of peaceful saying, no, we cannot continue like this. Of course, without the civil society, we cannot continue. I showed only 2 projects in this mood and in this time, and coming from this, what was a consequence? The International Building Exhibition. It's a German instrument for developing architecture topics for the society during a certain supported, funded window. This church, the Heiligkreuzkirche, you see it here nowadays, rehabilitated, converted together with the parish as I call it, building hut 3.0, because the building hut, the construction, the reconstruction, and the conversion took place with youngsters, with unemployed, with people of the parish, of the church, with the people who were involved, and with the people who wanted to further use the place. It's a wonderful place, and overall, you see what we see here under the roof. There is a large media office, so they earn a bit money, but it is a very open space, and you can go there to visit. And the church itself, it works very flexible, very multifunctional. And here you see each Wednesday lunch for free done from the parish. So it's, of course, from the side of planning, we call this multi-coding, multi-optional spaces. This is what you have to do on the planner side, of course, to support. And I think I have the architect who is still alive, something at the end of 80, and showing what he has done, and we try to involve him again with the knowledge, because it's not easy to moderate processes like these, not only from the table desk and the plan, but in the middle of the learning processes of how we deal the problems. Another project of this time, the living shelf, I quoted Oscar's Redbergs here, was something what you will mention probably later. So this is a living shelf. It's a very famous project in Berlin in the sense of the International Building Exhibition. It's an infill in Berlin-Kreuzberg. Infill, so it's just a shelf, and the residents, they finished the building themselves with a wooden construction, individual floor plans, and this is a group. When they founded their first project, today it is the West Berlin, one of the largest co-ops what we have. So this is a Selbstbaugenossenschaft, SBG, with quite lots of buildings in the field of new and given for their members. So we need, of course, these sort of civil societies engagement together with planners, mostly in between. You see this building here, topic low-tech. Why? To develop facades, wooden facades, you spoke already about in the morning. Wooden facades cannot be left for 10 years. They have to be maintained, and how to deal with it in urban space. So this is just thinking on the maintenance while producing something. And this, of course, we have to think with us. So the background of these initiatives, this is now the break to after the turn of the GDR to the unification. We have in East Berlin very lots of districts with 25% of vacancies of these buildings, what you see behind. You might not believe it today, but it's true. We had vacancies because it was more attractive to go to the new apartments built in the surroundings. And these sort of civil engagement parties in the street, taking the street and the public space, of course, created the community mind on which then these sort of self-help projects, there are only in Prenzlauer Berg more than 300. It's not a lot looking at the whole volume of what we have built, but they were, as initiators, they were very important. Fair what we had over more or less 10 years, Experiment City. It was called with more than 1,000 exhibitors, building groups who wanted to get building groups or who have been building groups, planners, financiers, so giving loans and so on. So they united, they gave the platform in the starting period. And of course, this is one of these projects of the beginning of the 90s, the Weiberwirtschaft, feminist cooperative of entrepreneurs who already in the 90s wanted the 50-minute city, what means workshop, working, trade, and living together in one place. And they founded their group. They made a sort of, you see, it's quite a large plot. They are working now, 65 entrepreneurs, very different, and public spaces. It was together with Inkenballer, this project. So in the planning, in the accompanying, the group today is, so the cooperation is today about 2,100 members, so quite a lot of people supporting and expecting and attending that it goes further. And so this, I just, about the problematics, there are quite a couple of. how to deal with this. Another project, just really from the last years, you know, the principle of the shelf. It's R50 from Ritterstraße 50. So a building group in the period in Berlin where the funding has run out. After 97, there was no public funding for any sort of payable, affordable housing anymore. And this is also sort of infill in Kreuzberg, a shelf where you see these sort of working on individual infills for the apartments together. And what I want to mention, especially because here you see 7.5 stories, just to mention. In Berlin, normal is 6, so 21 meter is a inner city height, and you have 7.5 stories and a wooden facade. Very few window allowed beyond the industrial friendly norms in Berlin to build wooden facades. It's taken off again because wooden facades take off lots of industry parts. So we have this as an example, and these building groups, they make each year a collective cooperative event to maintain the facade. And you see, of course, why this is possible, not only for the circulation and sort of fire protection, but also for the maintenance of the facade. Sort of neighborhood stabilization, of course, they have an open ground floor in this building, how to stabilize neighborhoods, to support each other, to support the weaker, and to make something for the youngsters, and so on. So these places, of course, are needed in the ground floors, and these groups mostly have this sort of responsibility what they take as the co-ops. It is their own, it is their place, they are responsible for the place. And if it's ownership or if it's part of a community who is the ownership in the form of a co-op, of course this spirit is quite important to go further. This is the last project as an example. It's the Marienburg who worked with this idea of the 15-minute city in a larger scale. It's only one building of a couple of buildings as a plot where residents work and modern digital industry. It's the print shop I have in the next slide. The print shop, you see the old before and now rehabilitated, reworked. The architecture office, Orange Architekten, who are really in this topic of low-tech and rehabilitation, beautiful rehabilitation. And this printing workshop, you see here over there, 230 employees coming there in the inner city and being in the inner city for partly for working and partly living. So it's a very mixed place with very different workshops, and the owners as a community, they take care, of course, and they took care. I don't touch the ownership stories because you can imagine they are large, and it is an exceptional project for this time. It is not usual that large plots are given to groups, neither. So, but we have certain sort of established possibilities. Actually, again, the learning fields. Last point. I just want to mention, it's also mentioned in the morning, the question of the curriculum. Architecture studies have to address the topics. Our continuing education has to address the topics, what we have for all fields. Here, the proposal was coming, the continuing education also for a public, what is beyond the planner disciplines. Of course, the learning fields, we have new professions. We have lots of new professions approaching and coming up. In Germany, we talk about the phase 0. So what means is to work with what is neglected, and until now you don't know what will happen. So you have to learn about and to know about programming, about lots of other topics what are not used. The topic of the process moderator of collective cooperative processes, and all professions around reuse, circular and upcycling, or just recycling of materials. topic of norm standards was also mentioned already. So our problem are standards, what to do with local material, what is not standardized because it has been before. So of course these are the problems where we have to get expertise, and we have not lots of time to wait for 30 years until this will be established. We have to work on it. So in the curriculum where I'm working as a professor, also with the students, on the giving, on the existing, working on neglected buildings does not mean that you work in the beauty, but you have to discover the beauty. You have to discover the beauty, and you have to discover the opportunities, what was and is already there. And of course, this is a difference. So the work in the program is a really important point to learn about. And another topic is how to visualize and to show what about the question is. And here in this topic, this is what they are just over there working on this topic of the rehabilitation of post-war architecture, what is not beloved. Neither in architecture scenes, lots of buildings are not beloved in their special quality. So we have to work in the qualifying of the aesthetic values, as we have also, of course, have to work in valorizing what is given, even if the materials are difficult, partly poisoned, and so on. So we, of course, we cannot just destroy. We have to work on this further, and it makes a difference. We have to work on departments, on new topics like department stores, empty, neglected, all over Europe. We have to work on parking plots. So buildings of concrete skeleton with materials, problematics of light, of circulation, of barrier-free, and so on. So these are the working fields. This is the hard bread, what we have to eat, to understand the qualities which come out then when we are able to work with it. And this means, this is just our studio space, a look on the table with some mock-ups and mock-ups in comparison, because we have all the time each step to work in comparison, which consequence comes from which decision. And so for this sort of comparative thinking, it's not new, but we really have to foster it, that this decision make this way and this opportunity, and another decision another one. So in the planning culture of our minds, in all cases, we have to develop much more as a genius, the opportunity seeker and the seeker of the qualities of this, what has already been built. The establishing of this knowledge has been done. It is there. Like here, Stadtbau, a publication, just one of the last one, Practical Guide to Planning, Building and Living, Communal Living in Clusters. So there, it's a large platform, one of, actually in Berlin, 5 commissioners of the Senate to work in supporting groups in developing projects which are realized in groups and supporting them in funding and creating and developing the project. In the continuing building, I'm part of this, the chamber in Berlin. I don't know how in Latvia it works. In the chamber, most of the work is done by volunteers. So I'm in the group of the programming of the yearly education program for the whole members, the continuing education, and we have to adopt it to these needs. And we do so because the Berlin Chamber, we are a small club in sense of 10,000 people who are member, architects, landscape architects, urban planners, and these 10,000, they have to realize 8 units, it's 45 minutes per year in continuing education. And we must deliver the program, what is attractive and what is contemporary and what has to deal with the problems, what we have to deal. So this is, and of course this topic of repair, and left we are in the Kino International, what is a building of 64, so young heritage, beautiful building, just finished again, a program, cinema of East Berlin. So how it is done in a perfect way, and how do we come back to a repair culture? Because these windows just over there, they date from our office, from a building from the 30s, and they are not to throw away because they are wood and they are more than 100 years. No, yes. They are around 100 years old. So these windows were mentioned already in the morning. We cannot throw them away. We have to work with it. Winter windows. Yeah, I have still 5 minutes, or I'm over. Okay, so I'm just ready. Repair culture, continuing education, the topic of how we do it, transdisciplinary workshop. This is what we seek. It's difficult to bring the people together, craftsmen together with planners, together with responsible in institutions like housing institutions, to come to workshops. So as a chamber, we try to foster this, so that there are workshop events, one-to-one, how to work with clay. We have clay production of bricks. Don't go into this because, of course, this is very vivid, the scene, in the sense of working, for example, on clay bricks which have not been burned but only heated. It's just a project at the moment in a spatial multi-story building which is under construction. So we learn a lot at the moment, but we have, of course, to bring it in the wide range of architecture. And we also had it in the morning, the sort of how we deal with the giving in documenting, analyzing, because we cannot work with it like in a castle, what is absolutely wonderful, but we don't have the tools while dealing the everyday architecture. The everyday architecture is under use, is inhabited, and we have to work with it. So we have to decide how deep we go with the documentation to plan. Yeah, so we have to adopt the tools in another way. This learning transfer has to deal with that we as planner have to research while doing pioneering working together with craftsmen. Already somebody in the morning mentioned that the craftsmen have to be specialized. Yes, and we have to seek for the craftsmen who still are alive and who know the problematics of how to work with clay, how to work with the methods of humidity, how to work with timber, and so on. So, of course, we have to bring the expertises together to work on different topics, because our topics are these today. So, the most existing building stock what we have is built until 1975. So this is what we have as a sort of a national wealth. And to come to this conclusion, our important point is how to come back to cooperation, how to, next to all economic and standardizing topics, how we come back to cooperation and to bring experts, institutions, and practitioners in one table, in work together. And of course, with this I will stop and finish and close, how we get stereotypes in mind and how we get the canon of knowledge, what is directly linked to standards, how we overwhelm it, and how we get to this questioning, and how we get to the point beyond, of course, standards and security, to ask what is important and how can we deal with the problems. And Adorno, I really like this thought. Insights produce motion in mind, and you can't draw it back. So you can take it back. If it's an insight, if the insight is done, you have the insight, and you can walk further. And of course, lots of people in the disciplines, in the industries, in the politics, and in the civil society, they have to move in this. Otherwise, of course, we don't manage our tasks, what we have, because the task is to take care for our national wealths in Europe. And I just saw lots of examples in the morning. And of course, we have and we further do this to learn from each other. This is quite important, and I'm very pleased to be here and also to see tomorrow your beautiful large museum, because from the history, of course, we have to have the ability how to transfer this knowledge towards the cities where most of the people live today. Okay, thank you.
I forgot to mention that we have changed a bit rules here, and as for second chapter or second session, we will have a small panel discussion at the end. So if you have some questions, so please note them down, write them down, and you will have an opportunity to ask them either to Dagmar or to next speakers. And here I would like to introduce two pioneering architects from Riga who succeeded in an amazing way to make a exceptional project. Maxim Šentļevs and Ieva Orbinan, you might all know, but we are extremely proud and happy to invite them today. They managed to build a community around the reconstruction project, Saldus 3, and they are going to tell you more in a second. Yeah, Max. I'm not sure if you're going to use headset or you prefer this Soviet-style microphone.
We will use headsets. Hello, and we will speak in Latvian, so you will have to follow translation. Hopefully it works. And Eva will have her headset set just in a moment. So just a few moments.
Labi, divi strādā. Labi. Labdien!
Good afternoon. We can begin. We are a small summary from Dagmar's exposition, an example of how we can do these things. My name is Ieva Orbidan, I'm an architect, and I'm Maxim Šentļevs, also an architect, and we'll talk about one specific house where we are co-owners and also project authors, and we also present in the construction work. And maybe I'll start by saying that we are only two representatives from a larger group, and it's a group of friends. We are a community that was created not to build a house. We existed as a group of friends way before we decided to create a house for ourselves. We have people from different areas, people from culture, from legal matters, from economy, from project managing sphere, and me and Eva as architects. And we have a similar or equal lifestyles, and that's a good foundation for creating a joint lifestyle and to implement it, actually. And we had an idea 15 years ago to have a co-housing project. At the time we called it a residence. It took quite a lot of time and a lot of effort, and today we are very close to actually moving into that house. And the basic idea is to create this site very responsibly and as much as possible compliant with our beliefs. And here I would like to talk about the advantages of being in a group, because people supplement each other in such a way that group becomes more than the sum of its members, because each of us has their own story, their own expectations of life. Somebody wants to learn something new from this process, to gain some new experience. Someone else just is looking for a cheaper alternative. someone else feels nostalgic about having a private house with a garden, someone else is more inclined to live in an urban environment, but overall it creates a new and unprecedented procedure and a set of experiences which is very interesting as an element of our lives. And here I would also like to recall the principle of solidarity, because each of us has their own individual wishes, and not all of them can be implemented, because by being together we are more than by being by ourselves, but we of course also lose something of our individuality, and every one of us has to step away from something to essentially sacrifice something for our ultimate objective that turns out to be a really cool thing. And we also have to reassess our individual priorities, which we did by talking with people, by having surveys, and we had a short list of priorities that were important to our community, and that was why we wanted to reconstruct a wooden building. We wanted for the building to be close to nature, but also to be in the city, so that we have this atmosphere of a historical urban place. We wanted the house to be built or restored as responsibly as possible, to use recycled resources, to use the materials already in the building, and that meant that the building had to be in a good enough condition for us to be able to use it as much as possible. And one of the most practical fundamental principles was that the house had to be free of any tenants, of course in a good faith way, but we wanted an empty house where we could start something new. And of course, reality is practical, and we always have to have compromises, because of course all of us would want to live in the nicest neighborhood or have a building in a very good condition, but we had our cost thresholds we had to stick to, because we had agreed on these. So we spent a lot of time looking for an appropriate house, and we were very close to purchasing several houses, but there were different circumstances that led us to this building in the Ķiermeļu neighborhood of Riga. It was in a decent condition. It's a wooden building. There was a lot of original substance in it, which was important for us as architects, to have as many wood details as possible, to have the cladding that does not need to be replaced right away, and so forth. I think in the winter between 2017 and 2018, we bought this property jointly. It was at a price that we could afford. We did some bargaining, and it worked out. So it is in the Ķiermeļu neighborhood, in an historical environment. And environment itself is an urban monument. We have small streets that were created after the local manor house estate was transformed into an urban environment. And of course we have the feeling of nature, because we are located between two large parks. It's an excellent location, because it met many of our requirements. So we were in the city, but also close to the nature. And me and Eva, we are city people, and we were not looking for a house near to the nature, but now we are very happy to have a house that is actually in a very green environment. And what I also said, which was important for me and Eva, to have the original substances, the original wooden architecture in a decent condition that we could restore, to improve, or rather replace with something artificial. So the details, the cladding could stay, and we could work with it and leave it in its historical place. And from the practical side of things, before we started renovating this building, it had 11 one-room flats and non-habitable attic. We constructed a mansard attic, so we had 3 floors. and 8 apartments with 2 to 3 rooms with a total area of 467 square meters. And the building was constructed at the end of the 19th century. The original materials have not been preserved. We have no information. All the materials here we have proof from the early 20th century, so we don't know how this building looked at the very start. So we have a building that is a very decent condition, and very little had changed during the Soviet years. So the building is how it looked like in the 1930s when windows were replaced on the ground floor. On the first floor, there are different types of windows. So we don't know the very origins of this building, but we have the building as it was before we bought it. But it's very, very authentic. And here I would like to say that we did a lot of interventions and we changed quite a lot. So we did not approach it from the point of view that we would not change anything. So the renovation was done from 2018 to 2026. Some of us have already moved in. We are still working on the interior. And this process is defined by several conditions. The very basis is a group of like-minded people that initially looks for and finds a house that they can renovate for themselves. And therefore it's easier to agree on basic decisions and strategies that are supported by all owners. And daily matters where someone has a different opinion or we have conflicts, well, it doesn't affect the overall process. That is the very foundation on which we work. Another important factor is that we have a group of like-minded people which is much more powerful than one individual. It's not necessary to have an external investor. We have funds, joint funds, and we are able to do this work without having to attract investors who are more interested in having a quick profit rather in the personal wishes of the owners. It's very important that in our project the building is vacant. It's a building that we as a community started from zero, and cases when there are people already in the building are completely different, because every resident sees one unit, one piece, one apartment, and they don't look at the building as a whole. And we think this is one of the main stumbling blocks in Riga. It is a major issue when we talk about renovation or maintenance of buildings in a decent technical condition. People often cannot agree amongst themselves, and the bigger the building, the more difficult it is to agree on something. And in our cases, this problem was not an issue. And the next condition is engagement of the entire team, and it's important that every owner takes part and everyone has a role and everyone contributes however they can. So in total we are 8 co-owners, and sometimes the investments seem to be disproportionate and they change in intensity over the years. Someone dedicates more resources and time, someone else cannot do it, and over time it changes. And we should not draw conclusions just on the basis of a separate period of time, because it evens out over a longer period. And of course, primarily it's money that needs to be invested in construction, but also from the professional point of view, we can contribute as architects, but we have also people who can help with legal matters, and other people have something else that they can also contribute. So this can be very professional, that we have architects who are professionals who are members of the team, then we have economists and lawyers who can work for the benefit of the project. But there are also very simple, basic jobs that we can all do that often craftsmen are not willing to do themselves, and we don't have to pay them for such simple jobs because we can do them themselves as a group. And we also don't want to have suspicious people involved in this procedure, because between us and the craftsmen who were involved in this project, we had a common understanding. And of course, our group is larger than 8 people that are in the original community, and everyone is involved to the best of their capability. And we are always very open, and we are engaging with the works. We are ready to learn. We do the jobs that have been assigned to us, and to some part we built and restored this building by acquiring new skills, of course, on a rather basic level. And another aspect for such a co-built house is time investment, which is quite a difficult resource to acquire in many cases. And for us, it was one of the foundations that supported us. Because when we started, we needed to realize that this would not happen by itself. It's just like when you go to university, you need to dedicate yourself to invest the time in order to gain a result, and also the same applies to our house. And of course, there are different priorities and different conditions that can change how involved people are, but investing our time in construction was of great help, especially in cases where it was difficult to have any bank loans, because we could counterweigh the lack of funding with the time investment we had on our hands. Because of course it's an old wooden building that needs renovation, and we were also co-owners rather than apartment owners, so banks were not very interested in a project of this type. But we need to also realize that investing our time means that it is a lengthy process. We did a lot of things, but at the same time we also have to perform our professional duties in order to earn money that we needed for hiring craftsmen. We could also have some co-funding, especially from the Council of Riga, that invested in restoration of historical buildings and their energy efficiency, which also took several years, which means the process is lengthier, but we can recover some of the money we have invested. So, yes, we did this work without a bank loan. What else I can say? By dedicating our own time, we were able to try out new things, to learn new skills, and it was a possibility for us to grow as people and personalities. But to put it frankly, this is slow construction. It is not a construction that will let you earn something in a short time, but I think we will see a lot of benefits over time from this type of approach, although many people do not understand our way of doing things. But of course there are also drawbacks for this type of construction. In our case, the disadvantage of low construction is such that while we do the building, each of us has to rent an apartment somewhere else, and that means we are spending resources that could have been contributed in the restoration and construction of our common property. It's difficult to foresee changes in working staff and costs of materials over the long term. Restoration, restored details can be worn or lost during construction despite our best efforts to preserve them, and also the wishes and requirements of owners change over time. what was the initial view can change over time. For example, when someone has a baby or moves to live abroad. But it has not prevented our project from going on, and none of our project members have left the project, even though some of them are no longer living in Latvia. But of course, there are also benefits. It means that owners can pay more attention to this process and see the building as a whole, to assess its materials and have a physical connection to the building. Overall, the time we have contributed and the slow procedure increases our interest in the historical construction heritage. It is much more effective than looking at pictures in books or going on a field trip. And of course, this also enables us to implement time-consuming projects. It is partial reconstruction or renovation, but the more we restore, the longer time it takes, because restoration is very time-consuming.
Jā, un respektīvi redzot ēku un atbildīgi
when we see the building and when we approach the construction work responsibly, we, so to say, let the building guide us to see and understand what are the necessary activities, what are the values that needed preservation, and what needed to be replaced, and what was not necessary or not up to requirements of the modern age. So the building was able to guide us in this path.
Jā, tādos piemēros, tad
piemēram, pagalmu pusē
mēs nesaglabājām ļoti skaisto fasādi ar izbūvēm, jo tas vienkārši nebija piemēros mūsu laikmetam, mūsu vajadzībām, kā kopienei, bet toties ielas fasāde ar grezniem dekoriem, tas bija tieši tas, kas mūs šajā laika periodā un mūsu uzskatiem un vēlmēm ļoti apmierināja. Tos mēs maksimāli saglabājām un
and convictions, and we kept that and renovated that. We built a new window that was needed.
Piemēram, mēs nomainījām pagalmu fasādes konstruktīvo risinājumu.
Changed the constructive approach of the yard side facade by replacing the existing construction with two standing pile construction. That is what we needed to change because of what we discovered during the building process.
Nu jā, mēs tā kā gribētu pieminēt, ka mums bija svarīgi, kāpēc mēs runājam par to fasādes un dekoru labo kvalitāti, jo mums bija tas princips, ka mēs negribam noplēst nost to apdarīt, siltināt no ārpuses, kā lūk energoefektivitāte arvien vairāk vēlas, atlikt atpakaļ dekorus, iegūt dziļās logailas ar mainīto to proporciju. Un tas bija tas, tā kā atkal kompromiss ar siltināšanu no iekšpuses, bet fasāde bija pateicīga. Viņa nu tā kā neļāva tos ar sevi darīt. Bet, piemēram, mēs tik ļoti stingri nepiegājām attiecībā uz mansardu. Lai iegūtu vajadzīgu augstumu, mēs tomēr siltinājām no ārpuses jaunās pāris ir virs esošajām, bet tik un tā to dzegas līniju
above the existing ones, but still the cornice line is the same. We had a roof that is slightly removed from the original, but it did not change the initial outline of the building. And although we did quite a lot in the original construction, it has been renovated slightly using the original material. So we had the same material that was moved in the new construction, and we then had the raised roof and have this new cornice construction that you already mentioned. And the methods that we mentioned, just to outline them briefly, what we actually did as we renovated the buildings. So we had footer windows or land windows, we had wooden window sills, recycling and upcycling these window sills, and you can see it better in pictures.
un dekori, detaļas
and detailing
fasādēs, gan
in the facades
interjeros tika ļoti daudz
in the
saglabāts. Un
interior were mostly retained.
Piebilst, piemēram, ko darījām mēs, jo šie bija profesionālie restauratori.
Here we had the professional restaurateurs
vadībā, kas darbojās ar
involved
logu
who
restaurāciju,
worked
piemēram,
on the windows,
varējām darīt mēs.
but
Mēs
what
ļoti
we were able
vēlējāmies,
to
lai
do,
ārējais stikls
we
vecais
wanted
2,5 ar vilnīti.
all the
Mārtiņš teica, nu tad
window
mēs ar
pane,
tādām
all
lietām
window glass to
neķersimies. Tas paņem
stay
tik daudz laika, un tas
and the
apjoms, cik
professional
daudz
said
plīst
that you need to
stikli,
do
un cik daudz
yourselves
daudzos
because
posmos
it's something we
var
will not
sabojāt un saplēst
waste
stiklu.
our time
Tas ir tik
time
neliederīgs
on.
laika ieguldījums, kad mēs paši
And there are
tie,
so
kas no
many
logiem
ways
no
to
citiem
break
objektiem
this
ņēma ārā
glass, and so
stiklus,
we
gādāja
went to
Mārtiņam,
other
viņš varētu
sites
likt
and
mums iekšā, jo
borrowed,
iekšējā-
took out the
iekšējā,
glass, and then we
iekšējā,
gave it to Martin
krāmī
and asked
ir
him
maza,
to
maza pakete,
insert it in
siltumtehnisko
the
apsvērumu dēļ, un
inner
ārējais
frame.
stikls tātad ir
There
tiešām
is a double
vēsturiskais,
pane window,
divstāvu,
and the
tur
outer
1900 stikls.
frame contains the original old
Fasādes
glass.
dēļi un dekori, visi ir
And
uz vietas, man liekas, tur
decorations are mostly original,
piemēram,
except in
attīrīt
some
vecos
cases,
krāsu uzslāņojumus no
and
dēļiem.
removing the old paint. That was something we did ourselves, so we cleaned the entire facade, and it took quite a lot of time. And I have seen how elsewhere it is done by modern tools in 2 days, but for us it was a different approach. We had different tools, and by manual labor we removed the entire painting cover. So the mansard and its reconstruction, there's a lot to tell here, but we don't have the time. As you can see, there are rafters above the other rafters, well, the wind barrier. And below that you have the roof reconstruction. And this is a very nice picture. I already talked about the reconstruction of the facade that is on the yard. There was on the second floor a hall, and it had entry doors to 8 apartments, but we could not keep it. And it made no sense to have the same frame with the high wall, and then we had planks with the inner walls, and interior planks are moved to the outside, and then we created the wall that would look like in the 19th century if someone decided to build the building in this way. And it really is a very picturesque look, and you can see the proportion between all the new material. And this is also about the reuse of old material. We restore the parts that are in need of that, and the existing materials are used elsewhere in the building. And therefore we have very little new material that needs to be used. And window sills and flooring planks were used. It's the both ethical and aesthetic principle, and even ecological, so 3 E's.
Un, protams, virkne lietu mums nebija gluži pavisam atjaunotas un restaurētas, bet aizstātas ar
not restored, but replaced with analog pieces.
Piemēram, tā ir pagalma fasāde, kā tā izskatījās.
Here we can see the facade, the way it looked like when we bought the building. You have the high hall on the second floor and 2 staircases. It's a very nice looking composition, but we could not accommodate it. So
rīkojamies, nevis vienkārši nojaucam un kaut ko pilnīgi jaunu tur daram, vai imitējam klasicisma motīvus. Mēs izvēlējāmies veidot šo te kompozicionālo atsauci, kad jumta izbūves pagalmā vienkārši nepieciešamas, jo mansards būs apdzīvots, Benedikts par apdzīvotu mansardu atkārtoja vizuālam proporcijās šo kāpņu telpu izbūvju ģeometriju. Tādā veidā mēs, teiksim, to zinām, principā arī mājā kādā ziņā savu proporciju.
Building somehow retains
īpašības,
its original
estētiskās, un mēs zinot,
properties
ko
on
nozīmē
the
šīs te jumta izbūves,
aesthetic
mēs
level,
vienmēr jūtam kā īpašnieki, no kurienes tas nāk.
we
Tas ir diezgan
always
būtiski.
feel as owners
Manuprāt, arī tie
why this is
jumtiņu
necessary, and
izbūves virs
also
terasēm
these
arī ir paturpināts no tā risinājuma, kas bijis
roofs above the terraces are something that we borrowed from the original building, and this is the visualization of looking from the yard of the building, while the street side looks quite similar to the original. So here we avoided imitation, but here rather we let the building guide us in choosing the final design. And this is about the windows on the first floor.
Mārtiņš Andrips ar komandu restaurēja
worked very hard to restore the existing footer windows.
Otrais stāvs ir jaunie logi, kuros ir vienkārši izmantoti
dekoratīvās
daļas, viņš vizuāli
new windows, but visually they look very
Jā, bet te pašā laikā mēs gribējām
but
tos
it is a modern
dekorus
window.
un
But we
dalījumu, lai
wanted
viņš
to
ir
have the
kā
decorations,
analogs,
to have
atsauci uz
them to
vēsturisko.
be similar to the
Bet
historical
mēs arī
solution.
nebaidījāmies ielikt kaut ko pilnīgi kontrastējošu,
But we
un ne
also
tā
were
kā
not
koka
afraid to
mājās mēdz darīt,
include very
piemēram, mums ir
contrasting
stiklotas
details.
ārdurvis,
For example, we
lielas
have
sabīdāmas
doors
stiklotas
with
sistēmas uz
glass, we
terasēm.
have glass
Mums
systems
nav
on the
fotogrāfija, bet
terraces.
mums iekštelpā
We don't have a
skāpne
picture,
ir
but
metāla
inside
karkas ar
we
ažūra
have
metāla margu, kas arī ir vienkārši
metal railing on
principiāli
the
kontrasts
staircase,
tam, kā
which is
ir
very contrasting
kā pat tā
element
koka māja ir.
with the wooden
Kontrastē mums
materials
arī,
of the
piemēram,
building.
iekštelpa apdarēs ir polēta
Also,
betona grīdas divos
have,
dzīvokļos,
polished
tad
concrete
eksponētas
floors
ķieģeļu vai
into
koka
apartments
planku
or
sienas vai nekrāsoti
exposed
logi,
brick
kas arī,
or
nu,
plank
vēsturiski tā nedara,
walls,
bet, nu jā, mēs
which were not
nebaidījāmies no tā.
done like that in the past, but
Un,
we had no problem
Jā,
doing
un šeit es
it.
gribētu pieminēt, jā,
this
to
project.
ilgā procesa dalīšanu etapos.
And here I would like to
Pirmkārt,
talk
jau
about
mēs
stages of
būvniecības
this lengthy process
optimizēšanai
to
izstrādājām
have the
divus
building as
projektus,
optimal as
kas ir pēc
possible. We
Rīgas
had
domas
two
pilsētas
projects
attīstības departamenta
which
administratīvā procesa. Tātad
are
sākumā
in
mums bija
compliance with the
apliecinājuma
administrative
karte ar divām
process,
fasādēm,
so we
jo tas
had
vienkārši bija ātrāk izdarāms. Tur nav
maps for two
jāiesaist
parts of the
konstruktors un
constructions.
inženieri.
There we did not need
Mēs
to
to,
involve
jā,
the
izdarījām
construction
ātri, un
engineer.
līdz ar to mums arī
This was
būvniecība
a
sākās ar
faster way
fasāžu
for us to do,
atjaunošanu, kas ir,
and
nu, mazliet
therefore the
atžkārni,
construction
bet, nu,
started
process
with
šāds arī
restoring the
bija.
facades, which is
Un pēc
slightly
tam mēs
doing the
tikai
other way
izstrādājām
around,
pilno
but that is the way we did
visām
it.
inženieru
And then we
sistēmām,
had the full construction project with all the
kur ir
engineering
iesaistīts arī
systems.
būvkonstruktors,
We
un
are,
mums
of
bija
course, we
konstruktīvie
have
tikai
the
iejaukšanās
construction
ēkā.
engineering
Šim projektam ir arī dalījums
involved,
būvniecības
and we
kārtās,
have the project
kur
split
ir
in
ēka
construction
ar
stages,
inženiertīkliem pirmajā
where we
etapā
have the
un
building with
teritorija ar
engineering
labiekārtojumu
networks in the
otrajā.
first part, and
Un
the territory
šos visus
with the
abus
landscaping elements in the
projektus
second
mēs vēl
stage.
sadalījām būvniecības etapos.
And then it was
Saistībā ar
further
to, kā mēs
divided in
pieteicām
construction
Rīgas domas
phases,
līdzfinansējuma programmas.
following the
Līdz ar
way
to mums
we
tāds
used co-funding
skaisti
programs
redzams, kā
of
pa
the city
gadiem
council. So
mainās,
here you can see
šī ēka.
year on year how
Paskatāmies
the
arī, kā
building
tā ēka
changed.
mainās pa
So
gadiem, lai
we also
pavisam
have some
neaizmirstu
pictures
par
to
mūsu
show you
garā stāstu.
so
Tā
that you
sanāk, ja
are
15 gadus
not falling
veido
asleep
projektu.
after this very
Bet,
long
tas ir pats sākums,
presentation.
kad mēs kreisajā pusē
So this is very the
ir
very
māja,
start
kādā
on the
tā
left.
izskatījās
You can see
iegādāšanās
the
brīdī.
building, the
Labajā
way it
pusē
looked when
liekas
we
daudz
bought
nav
it. On
mainījies,
the right, maybe
nomainīti
not much
logi.
has
Pirmajā
changed, but
restaurēti
actually the
pirmajā
windows
stāvā, jauni
have
logi
been changed
otrajā
on the
stāvā.
ground floor and new windows on the first
Bet
floor.
tas cokols ir knapi manāms, ka kaut kas ir noticis,
But
bet tas, tā ir milzīga izmaiņu un ieguldījums.
Not
Un
look
nomainīts viss
different,
vainu
but
baļķis,
actually
dubultais
the
vainīgs ir
log
nomainīts,
of
kas
across
nozīmē,
the
ka 2
entire
metri caur
framework
māju
has
un
been
pa
changed,
posmu mainīt.
and
Man liekas,
it
ne
meant
visur,
we had to raise the building and change it bit by bit.
bet respektīvi
Not everywhere we
viss
had to change
absolūti
both
mainīts,
logs, but essentially all of
konstruktīvi,
it has
ļoti,
been
ļoti
changed
būtiski.
across the
Māja,
perimeter
jāatzīst,
of
ir
the
diezgan
building.
nosēdusies, jo
The
dzegušs
building
kauns,
has actually
kāpa,
sagged
smiltiņas,
quite a bit
un tā
because the
kanalizācija, kur, man
foundation
liekas,
is
parādīsies
dunes and
prezentācijas
sand,
beigās, kanalizācijas būvniecība no 3
and
gadiem.
something you will
Tā
see at the
ir,
end
māla.
Nebūs kadrs. Mums nebūs
from the sewer system. It was made of clay, which cracked already in the 30s, and it washed out the sand from one corner of the house, and for these long years the building slowly sagged in the side. So it does not collapse, but it changed its proportions.
Posms. Mēs esam
19. 20. gadā mēs to sānu fasādi vienu
2019,
atjaunojām.
we restored
Šis
one
viss
of
iet ar
the
Rīgas
end
domas
facades, and
līdzfinansējumu.
all of this was done with co-funding from the Riga City Council.
Tehniski tas ir viens no
So
iemesliem
yes,
mūsu
technically it's one of the
sadalījuma
reasons
posmiem, kā
why
jau
we
minēju.
had
Programma
such
ir
stages.
uz vienu gadu,
The
un mēs tā
program
viena gada
lasts
posmu
1
izpildām.
year, and
Tas ir tik daudz, ka mēs
we
varam
do as much as
ieguldīt
we
savu
can
naudiņu
in that
un
1
atgūt
year,
atpakaļ
because
pusi no
there we
ieguldītās
can
naudiņas un ielikt
invest
nākamajā
our
gadā.
own money
Un tā
and
mēs
recover
pagadinājām
one half
uz
of it
priekšu.
the
Tātad
next
otrais
year.
posms
That's why
bija
we proceeded
gala
step
vai
by
sānu
step.
fasādes pilnīgā
And the next
atjaunošana.
step was to fully renovate
Vēl
one
pēc
of
gada
the facades.
ielas fasāde.
And then
Un,
the next year we
jau māju no
restored
ārpuses izskatās
the
jau pavisam tā.
street side facade,
Un
and
šai
the
brīdī pagalms
building
joprojām
already
vēl
looks
ir
very
tām
nice.
ārējām kāpnēm,
And at this point
neviens
the
nenojauš no ārpuses liekas, ka nu jau taču varētu
yard
dzīvot,
still
bet
has
nē, līdz
these
tam vēl bija
2
tālu.
staircases, and maybe
Jā,
the
protams,
building
komentāri
looks very
visādi
nice and
bija no
inhabitable,
un
but
joprojām ir
it was
no
actually very
cilvēkiem,
far
gan
from the
kad
truth.
jūs ievāksieties,
And many
ka
people
vispār
asked us
kādi
at the
6
time,
gadi
when
palikuši būvēt, un tikai
you
mēs to
will you
saprotam,
start
vai
living
jums
there,
nevajadzētu
but
nokrāsot fasādi. Mēs
we
izvēlējāmies
still had some
lineļu un
6
tādu
years,
glazējošu, jo mēs ļoti
but we
negribējām, lai māja
chose
tā
for our
konfliktīta,
facade
kad nevar īsti saprast vairs
linseed
no 10
oil,
metriem, vai tie ir plasmasas dēļi,
and
vai
it's
tie ir
not
vecie dēļi, kamdēļ
sometimes
tad mēs tik ilgi meklējām māju, kas ir autentiska. Un mēs
understandable
vēlējāmies tādu
whether it's
glazējošu,
plastic logs or wooden
lineļu,
logs. If you
cīnījāmies
used
ar
some
restaurātoriem,
other
viņi bija
oil,
diezgan pret, bet, nu, rezultātā mēs
restaurateurs did
ieguvām
not
to
want
izskatu,
us
kas ir
to
ļoti,
do it
ļoti
like this, but
neizlecošs
we
rajona kontekstā, jo tas ir rajons ar ļoti
got it
vienkāršām mājām. Bet
our
reizēm
way.
kāds mēģina piedāvāt mums
But
pārkrāsot
yes, sometimes
mūsu māju,
people come to us and
lai
say they
taisītos
would like to
normālāk.
repaint our house
Jā,
so
ir
that it
mazliet
looks
tāda
normal.
vecāka, uzreiz
Pārāk
jau
vecs
bija
izskatās, jā.
pēc darbiem. Tad 22. gadā
In
mums bija,
2022,
kas ir energoefektivitātes programma, kas ir
we
uz
had
2
an
gadiem,
energy
un tā ir
efficiency
garāka
program for
ar,
2 years.
kur gan pārbūve,
So we
siltināšana,
had
jumta
insulation,
izbūve,
roof
ugunsmūra.
construction,
Un uz ugunsmūra mēs
firewall
izvēlējāmies uztaisīt elegantu
renovation,
emblēmiņu ar
where we have
ēkas
this very
sākotnējo gadu.
nice
Lai visi pa
logo
dzirciem ejot
with
var
the
atpazīt.
initial
Šeit pa
construction
vidu var
year
arī
of the
redzēt tas
building.
jumta fragments, kā reizīt ir tā dubultā dzega, ko mēs
And you can
minējām
see
sākumā,
the
kur
double
ir
cornice that we
jaunā
mentioned at the
siltinātā
beginning,
daļa ir-
where the new
ir tur augšā,
insulated
un
part
tekni,
is
kur
on the
varbūt var
top,
nojaust pelēkā
and
krāsā esošā
in
rene,
the
tā ir
grey
esošā
color,
rene, jauna rene,
the
bet esošās renes vietā, un no lejas,
gutter part.
no ielas cilvēku līmeņa īstenībā neredz tik ļoti,
And
kad ir kaut kas jauns
from the
pacels
street
augšā
level,
siltumā.
it's actually cannot
Un, protams,
be
lielākais darbs šeit ir arī
seen that the
siltināšana
roof
virsmas,
has
kas
been
ir
raised.
kokšķiedra 7 centimetri visai
And the insulation was the greatest work here. It's wood fibers across the entire surface,
Nu, izņemot ugunsmūri, tas no ārpuses.
apart from the firewall that has been insulated from
Un
outside.
šis ir viens no,
And this
no pēdējiem
is one
posmiem,
of the latest
ierīkojām,
steps
vai pirmspēdējais varētu teikt, kad mēs ierīkojām
where we
centralizētās inženieru
installed the engineering networks, so the water supply and sewer lines. But what we wanted to show here is the enthalpy recuperators in facades, which are very good when we think about energy efficiency, and it's very essential when we restore historical buildings. We need to think about how we can improve the energy efficiency of such buildings, and recuperation is one of the indicators that has a very major role to play to make buildings more energy efficient. And in our case, we try to do it as nicely as possible. We try to include them in the facade. We painted them in an appropriate color.
Jā, uz ekrāna nerādīs, bet frīzi joslā augšā ir 2 rekuperatori iestrādāti.
So we have 2 recuperators incorporated in the above part, in the decorations part. And we need to think about this during design. This is something that we had to plan ahead of time. And also when we plan and design the rooms, we need to think about where to place the recuperators. And this is something we can do if we have enough time, not only when we design, but also also when we implement our plans.
Un pavisam pēdējais
And
noslēdzošais
Pirms interjeriem.
final, before the interior,
jā, tie ir pagalma fasādes,
it's
terases
the yard side facades and roofs.
Intensīva konstrukcija, bet gribējās to
Maybe this construction is slightly intense, but we did wanted the yard to have a certain elegance of its own, and that's why we have this type of solutions.
Jā, un respektīvi tie, kas iepriekšējie darbi bija ar tiem Rīgas domas līdzfinansējumiem,
So
un tagad, protams,
the work on the outside, we had some co-funding from the Riga City Council, but for the interior it was all our own funds that we used, and we wanted to have lime plaster that is very, very nice.
Gludi krāsotie
And
ģipskartoni,
we don't have here
katra siena ir kā glezna mazliet.
smooth walls. We have walls that are unique, and it is one of our major investments so far. And we talked about community and being together. It was very interesting to see how we slowly plastered the building, because of course it's manual labor that takes a lot of time. We start with one corner, one room, one apartment, and we discuss what our wishes are, because you can do it very differently, and somebody wants to do it in a different way. Other people come and look at what they have done, and they think whether I want to do it the same way or change something. But when they start doing it, they understand that it changes, because this is a living material. It changes on the basis of the plane on which it is applied. So there are many different elements of communication, and in the way we work on this, and we change and improve and recommend things to each other. And you can see also one of the ovens that was reconstructed.
Varu tomēr arī mansardu iepriekšējo kadru parādīt. Lūk, šādi izskatās tas mansards, kur mēs redzam spārītes, un tie daži centimetri, kas ir kaut kādi 10, tomēr ir būtiski iekštelpē, ka mēs pacēlām to jumtu. Un arī ar kaļķu apmetumu un kaļķu krāsa.
And also lime plastering and lime color. And I think the interior looks very nice.
Tas arī skatos ir diezgan reti, kad var atļauties izveidot to
Yes, it's also not often that we can create interiors with exposed rafters and rafters that are really nice, and that is another part we did ourselves. We cleaned them and oiled them rather than entrusting it to craftsmen. And of course our wonderful restaurateurs Martin Zirnis and his colleagues who worked on the ovens.
Varētu teikt, renovēja, pārbūvējot to pudiņu krāsni, kas ir kreisajā pusē.
Viņi principā
autentiski ir mazliet lielāka tā kurtuves mute ar stiklu.
It's essentially authentic. The furnace door is slightly bigger, but otherwise it's pretty much the same old oven in its original location. To the right it is a new stove, but together we had 11 heating units in the building. So we were carefully dismantling them, and we had a lot of material that we could reuse and build new ovens, maintaining the old aesthetic look. And I think that was excellent that we could recreate the stoves in the original location. So to the right you have new construction, and to the left is an authentic stove that has been slightly altered. We have some Rosetta stones that were restored. We did not show windowsills because a lot of them were upcycled, because some of them were used as windowsills, but we reused them elsewhere in the interior. And the doors are we have acquired from other sites. To the left, the one with glass, we got it from another house and used it in our. Next one is actually from a shelf, and we had a restaurateur who restored the existing doors, and we learned from him how this is being done, and we applied these skills to other doors.
Mums atlikušie darbi ir vēl mazliet
we still have work to do on the interior, and of course we need to improve the interior and the outbuildings. And concluding a picture where we have also our concluding remarks. This is a picture from the 30s. These are the materials that we have available from Alexander Stabiņš, who is one of the final from the Stabiņš family. He's the little kid here in the picture. He recovered this building in 1997. He is currently living in the US. He did not need the building, so he gifted it to family friends from whom we later bought the building. So here we have the sand pile that was when the sewer system was being constructed, that we finally replaced last year with the funding of Riga City Council, so that we have something that is not leaking in the system.
Jā, un ļoti īsi mūsu brīnišķīgie uzņēmēji, tie nav visi, kas šeit
darbojušies. Subcontractors, not all of them. We have Armo Steel, restoration by MZ Rest, Martin Sanrips, roof by Project Excel, interior work, so RE and DI.
Un D ir mūsu jumtmeisteri un starpsienas mums būvējuši nedaudz.
Who have also worked on the partitions. So, yes, we had quite wide-ranging number of craftsmen and us 8 as owners. So thank you very much. Thank you for everything.
Bet jums bija vēlāk.
Diskusijas veidā. Tā, tagad pārējām uz nākamo šīs dienas pēdējo sadaļu. Tā, diezgan dīvaina situācija, it kā man ir jāpiesaka pašam sevi, bet to es lūkšu izdarīt. Tā. Dagmārai. Just a few words. So I'm not that.
Thank you.
It's not that embarrassing to introduce myself.
No, I'm honored to present Oskars as a final lecturer. Probably most of the Riga experts know him from 9 Conditions of Riga. I'm not sure if it, because I'm doing it spontaneous, I did not check the numbers and the years, but it's about 10 years ago. So the exhibition and the large research project in the middle of the doing, where we also got to know, I got to know Oskars while teaching together in a design methodology workshop and course sequence over, I think, even 2 years, something, again and again, in the international master of the, it's a European, has been a European master, so we worked with an international group together, and design methodology is a sort of a heart of our how to do and to develop the things, and I got to know Oskars really as a very intellectual, reflected personality, while teaching also with all his heart. Really estimated this sort of getting to know each other. And perhaps just to contextualize you in these contexts, because you are a real and a pure border crosser, as I got to know you. You're on the one side, Oskar is expert, a real expert in all what is dealing, reflecting, and contextualizing heritage activities, heritage wealth, and buildings by, among others, a publication, what is just in the doing, what has much to deal with the content, what we are talking today about, this gap in between heritage knowledge and challenges, what we face as a society, and what you do in this publication, what you will talk about probably also in your lecture. It is this sort of looking, we know the professional typology of a generalist. This means all the planning tools and layers to be able to work on. And for this, I think you're a sort of a generalist in this way, that you connect economic, political, architectural, and constructive considerations, because the way how a grid is developed in a construction, we heard in the morning from the reed roofs, which does not work in reconstruction. Martin talked about this. So when you have no idea of, so this is what you are able to reflect, to consider, and to measure as an architect, as an author, curator, and artist. So we will be glad to listen.
Thank you, Dagmar, so much. I'll be using that one. Sorry. I'm kind of used in using these kind of Soviet-style podium microphones. Okay. Yeah, once again, thank you, Dagmar, for kind words and introduction. I have to apologize a bit because today's presentation will be in English. It's related also to the fact that the book was translated only recently to Latvian, and we are incredibly proud about that because it required a lot of an intense work in understanding and adapting these terms from English, from German, from Danish, because the terminology in all these languages are not synchronized. So that's why we are extremely happy also to be able to introduce terms like kopmājs instead of kopdzīvošanas mājas. But before we dig in, I shall very briefly contextualize my earlier work. As Dagmar has mentioned, all these things and efforts done before are consequently had brought me to this publication. I've been currently serving as a Deputy Director of Sustainable Development at the Ethnographic Open Air Museum, and I'm responsible for planning and construction of architectural projects. Also, those who know my work through the different affiliations with institutions like MT15 Foundation, Megaphone Publishers, also educational institutions, etc. So, at the heart of all these efforts is architecture of change and transformation needed, structural, digital, educational, institutional, cultural, and industrial, contextualizing the change necessary for us as a society to achieve sustainability goals, and what's even more complicated, to achieve that in the era of climate emergency. So, but why this publication has urgency to be published and why it came to be about? The construction industry, in turn, with a majority of builds being mass housing projects, is accountable for enormous amounts of energy resource and the production of large amounts of disposable waste. The construction industry worldwide is responsible for producing half of the solid waste on the planet. Moreover, the production of disposable of building waste requires enormous amounts of energy and transportation means. Additionally, there will be needed more and more affordable housing in a future, it is estimated that by 2030, 3 billion people will require an affordable housing. The challenge here is obvious, not the ecological alone. It is also economic, spatial, and social. So obviously there is a profound problem with housing construction, but not only. The problem lies also in housing provision. It has been widely accepted that both major mass housing provision systems, either driven by state or by market, follow the same principle, and largely built environments are produced using the same method, or so-called big producers method, or big investors method, as colleagues were mentioning earlier. The resulting urban developments follow the same economical principles, producing monostructural, monocultural urban districts where architectural quality is driven by standardized morphologies and forms of life. Despite all attempts of architects and local politicians, the system also largely failed to recognize the people's own ability to shape their own living environments. So there is very little attempts by people themselves undertaking the responsibility for shaping and building their own environments. So, but luckily or happily, the reaction to these challenges during the last 2 decades has been an evolutionary, not revolutionary, upheaval of contemporary housing architecture, fostering the emergence of new and diverse forms of co-produced housing. Amateur developers, often led by architects themselves, like Max and Eva, as we have seen, been able to take responsibilities themselves and pay the way for what is known as self-provided, user-provided co-housing. In Germany, it's Baugruppen movement, but there are several offshoots and hybrid further developments. It's been very popular in Germany, but also in other countries like Spain, Scandinavian countries, and also, as we've seen before, splendid and brilliant examples we have here also in Riga. So, and all these new initiatives actually became very interesting, and architects and researchers themselves realized that they have to really go deeper and try to understand this phenomena in its systemic value, and therefore also the reason for emergence of this book. The title might seem slightly long. However, as I mentioned earlier, the terminology in different languages is not synchronized. Therefore, I thought that we have to be as precise as possible to avoid misunderstandings. So with this book, I reflect on the future of urban living, contextualizing work of pioneering architects, Breger Richter Architects, Berlin practice, good friends of mine, and ours. With this book, I hope to achieve 2 objectives. First, I focus on a long-awaited reorientation of values in the housing construction industry and transitioning towards alternative end-user engaged methods of housing provision, gallietotāju virzītas methods. And additionally, I highlight the radical change in the architectural profession taking place in the radically new roles and the radically new roles of the architect's agency in planning and design. In entitling my book Sustainability Ways, I choose terms carefully that balance positive and negative implications. I literally emphasize the urgent need to empower and further explore alternative, multiple, and lesser known ideas and collectively produce development projects allowing communities to achieve sustainable goals more efficiently. With this book, I hope to introduce a critical response to the failures of industrial mass housing and present a new architectural approach I have titled the Intra- and Interstructuralist Approach. This so-called Ausbauhaus method separates the core building structure as infrastructure from the interior as infrastructure, and social organization and legal frameworks as interstructure, allowing flexibility, user participation, and shared responsibilities throughout the planning, construction, and maintenance processes. And the example displayed later will demonstrate that in great detail. The volume is structured around 3 pairs of interconnected essays. Each pair consists of 1 essay devoted to detailed case study. Analyze one of the exemplary award-winning co-housing projects in Berlin, Neuruppin and Dresden. Each case study essay is paired with another thematic essay illustrated with a variety of other realized projects in Lichtenberg, Südkreuz and Guben, and describing the wider context by introducing the reader to the economic, ecologic and social principles of social construction. The most recent projects in Frankfurt and Bremen shows a further development of end-user-centered housing concepts transitioning from a private ownership-oriented user-provided co-housing model to new cooperative forms of ownership and tenantship, including all subsidiary types, sociāls atbalsta forms. I'm very thankful for the contribution of dear friend Dagmar Jäger, who has written a foreword for the book. Additionally, if we see the table of contents, we realize that it is kind of toolbox intended to help future activists, architects, and entrepreneurs. This broad spectrum of topics include design strategies, planning, phasing, budgeting, financing, creating legal and organizational frameworks for shared and divided responsibilities, material selection, and material layering strategies, choice of building technologies, heritage interpretation strategies from below, use of contradicting building codes to maximize floor plan efficiencies, urban integration, and resilience building strategies. And here I will quickly flip through the book and say a few words for the buildings and objects and subjects that are included there. This project you might know, it's one of first, let's say, prototype of so-called Ausbauhaus. It was built in Neukölln. This project is interesting because the site was governed by 2 conflicting urban plans. One plan is envisaging development of open block planning using open block planning principle, but another one is envisaging to use perimeter line 19th century urban block principle. Architects applied the Ausbauhaus principle to provide cost-effective, adaptable housing for a co-housing group of 24 residents here. The concept allows inhabitants to customize interiors and layouts according to their personal needs and financial capabilities. The building is experimental also in the sense that it is constructed with pre-stressed large-span concrete slabs, creating column-free floor plans from one face of the facade to another one. Very rare example in a housing construction industry. The long-span concrete slabs were used to create more than 10 meters long column-free floor plans, allowing architects to liberate themselves from the use of normative floor plan schemes and create additional spatial freedom for each unit. The structural frame sets boundaries for so-called user-neutral space, while offering spatial freedom, allowing residents to individually design, build their own apartments without affecting overall structural stability of the building. This chapter, Economic Principles Sustaining Construction, this chapter gives an overview and then introduces various topics of how to reduce construction costs through the planning, construction, and maintenance process. This example introduced or used 2 projects as illustration, Neukölln and Lichtenberg. This chapter also presents design strategies allowing to achieve flexible and adaptable apartment layouts. Apartments are delivered in 3 so-called extension standards: minimal, simple, and self-build, allowing clients to progressively complete or personalize their own living units. With these projects also, architects emphasize the elemental approach to the material palette used, meaning raw, prefabricated surfaces and industrially constructed methods are used to reduce cost without compromising spatial quality. And this we've seen also in the work of Max and Eva, very different and more relaxed ways of using building materials as possible. As a next project is a European Brandenburg project. In order to reduce use of concrete, architects for the first time decided to test and experiment with so-called cross-laminated massive wood construction technology. For the first time, also, there is used two different ownership models for one building site. So one building is ownership-oriented, and another one is oriented towards rental and partly subsidized housing. So that's also unusual here. This project demonstrates that CLT can deliver quality living at cost comparable to social housing while reducing construction time, noise, and waste compared to conventional concrete and steel structures. However, this chapter also discusses the pros and cons using CLT in residential construction. CLT offers ecological advantage, rapid prefabrication, and space efficiency, reclaiming usable floor area. Challenges include its rigidity, limited flexibility for structural modifications, acoustic and fire safety regulations, and the need for supplementary or additional materials for installation and for correspondence to the building regulations. Yeah, another interesting thing about this particular project is that, for instance, the cutouts from CLT panels were used to construct additional small sheds in the courtyards of the building, and also there have been used interesting strategies for reuse of materials and modular facade strategies. So let's proceed. The next chapter, Ecological Principles Sustainable Construction. This chapter gives an overview and introduces various topics of what are the challenges with respect to using ecological materials in residential construction itself. It uses many examples, but the main body of research is devoted to the award-winning project Ausbauhaus Südkreuz. You might know it from publications. This project particularly addresses the challenge through the integrated life cycle approach that differentiates between long-term structural elements, medium-term building envelopes, and short-term interiors. Projects such as Ausbauhaus Südkreuz demonstrates how adaptable structures, reusable materials, and user participation can reduce environmental impact while supporting long-term flexibility and affordability. This project is the one that is directly dealing with interpretation of architectural heritage. This project, Umbauhaus Fabriek Dresden, converts the late 19th century tobacco factory into a multi-generational co-housing project with 12 apartments and shared facilities. Planning constraints prevented outward expansion of the building, leading to the creation of a central courtyard cut into the deep building volume, improving light, ventilation, and social interaction. An additional rooftop level had been added with greenery and for urban gardening. This project also explains the concept of continued building or Weiterbauen by retaining the original 16 centimeter thick brick walls while inserting a new energy-efficient structure within it. Most interior elements were removed, allowing the historic shell to function as an outer envelope and thermal buffer. Materials from the existing buildings, such as timber and industrial windows, were reused and reinterpreted. The last chapter in the publication is devoted to socially sustainable construction principles. Dagmar has largely already introduced part of it. There has been a long tradition in Berlin, a tradition of self-initiated and participatory planning experiments. Therefore, it has been also interesting to see how local municipalities and politicians has recognized the public value and offering also from their side concepts such as land tendering, allowing co-housing groups to compete among themselves for the best concepts, to be selective and also get approval to proceed with them. So that might be something we should think also in the case of Riga, that it is not battle of between investors, but actually the battle between ideas of how to make parts of the urban fabric more resilient, more livable, etc. Yeah, that's for the main body of the research. At the end of the book, I have also added few what I called entertaining supplements, showing other activities that has brought me to this publication. And yeah, just to remind our audience, one is the curating architecture as critical response as a critical practice. Second is heritage, sustainable development and growth, related to my doctoral research done earlier. For the first time, we have also included and translated in Latvian 2 reviews. One is by Axel Klausmeier, another is by Sergei Kruk. Then, of course, architectural pedagogy issues has been on my radar for a while. Low impact environmental architectural practice, recently more focusing on so-called existence maximum, trying to build with very little means to achieve maximizing potential. And the last one is culture on turn on film culture. Some of you might know, also Dagmar was mentioning, with this publication started our friendship. And this publication already at that time speaks of importance to proceed with debate on urgent need to rethink our ways we manage our cities, resource environments. So at the end, I truly hope that this book is made to provide new optimism, that this new intra and interstructuralist approach to the community-led and end-user provided housing architecture has a potential to greatly contribute to addressing the challenges of the climate change, achieving sustainability development goals, supporting and nourishing our collective and collaborative ways of life, and further advancing our democratic civic societies. Yeah, thanks to all the contributors and supporters. I'm indebted to all of the friends who had helped. We have mentioned them in the very beginning of the book. Special thanks to State Capital Fund and Arctic Paper. Thank you also all for coming today and listening to this conference. There will be closing words at the end, but I hope I have provided at least some good ground for the further discussion we will have with Max, Sieva, and Dagmar. So now you are invited to get out your notes and questions you have prepared for us. So let's kick it off. Thank you.
Pillow.
Everybody. Who has I will. Jā, mums tā tad ir jāspēj kaut kā pārlekt no vienas valodas uz otru. Pirmo jautājumu varbūt uzreiz no auditorijas.
First question from the audience, please.
Man jautājums tāds, tiem, kas savās runās pieskārās.
So my question is as follows. Those who in their speeches talked about bringing back conventional traditions to daily life. In your activity, when you encounter not your partners, not your friends and like-minded people, but when you encounter authorities or someone who asks you to coordinate your projects. For example, in the open-air museum, when the buildings need to be reconstructed, there is a construction project that needs to be created. And I'm asking myself, what are they coordinating? Are they coordinated as dwelling houses? Because nobody lives in exhibition buildings. At the same time, it's not just a prop in a theater. There are still people entering these buildings. So what exactly are they? So are there challenges in contact with those who are enforcing laws? How do you see it from your experience? I think I will reply. Exhibition building is a new term that is slowly entering legislation because the contradiction is clear. These are collection buildings, collection objects that are located in a restricted area and that is a state monument. As Ieva Ieškevica and Mārtiņš Kuplais already talked about, these are mostly repairs. Walls, roofs are constantly being repaired and maintained. And as regards new buildings, and Artūrs Lapiņš showed it very clearly, for the first time these Sēlija farmstead buildings are to be introduced in the cadastre register through the administrative process that is the receipt of construction permit. But of course, we realize that entering 114 buildings in the register, for every repair that we plan, we would have to have a very burdensome administrative process to get the permit. Then it will not be possible because there are so many and diverse works that there would not be the administrative resource to fulfill these requirements. So we will need to do these works as we have been doing them in the past, but under the supervision of restaurateurs.
Do you have some comments?
That was a very good question. From my point of view, those buildings we do have in the museum, they are just large museum objects because nobody is living there anymore. And we have catalogized them as objects. But when we did build or erect the latest house, the summer cottage, we still had to sort of go through the bureaucratic process of sort of like building a new house into the Helsinki area, because the museum is right by the city of Helsinki. So basically, I was a little bit surprised how carefully they did examine certain technical things that were okay in 1950s when the summer cottage was erected originally, and when it was removed, we needed to have sort of like exception of those rules, because the land where the open air museum of Seurasaari is, it is owned by the city of Helsinki. We are a state's museum, and it was quite a big bureaucratic process, but for me they are just large museum objects. But we need to be careful, for example, for the work conditions of the guides. We are measuring the air, and we are sort of making sure that they are safe for people to visit, because there has been all kinds of sort of experiments with preventing the materials to rotten and so on and so on. So they have been really carefully examined through those houses. But it was a good question. That was one point of view to this issue. Thank you.
That's okay. Yeah, because it was not only good, it was very difficult as a question. When I understood you ask in between the institutionalization and the tradition knowledge, what exists and how to connect the responsibilities towards the knowledge which is in this little expert club condensed, right? So, okay, vielleicht before I answer, ja oder so.
I'm not sure if maybe I missed something in your story, but the question which I wanted to ask is, you described all the process, that there are initiative groups which go and make some new activities together with a mutual interest, and it's connected with building. And we know that in the building process there is not only investor and the end user and the builder, but there is also authorities as a member of all that process. And did you experience in Germany, in Berlin, where, as I understood, this process has become widespread?
I think
do you experience some challenges in connection with authorities? Are they changing their attitudes somehow? And if, then how?
Just to think about how to approach this question, because of course in Berlin we have decades where these authorities and the initiatives have been connected more and more in institutionalized fundings, like the self-help program, what was running. I'm no expert in this, in the sense, in the details, because I was not involved in the detailing of this program. So it ran over more than 10 years after the turn of Berlin, so after the turn of the reunification, and before, as a result of the International Building Exhibition. Just this as an example. This was a funding, state-run funding from the federal government of Berlin, of the different involved departments, in contact with groups who wanted to enter in this. But there were lots of different parties involved, like credit institutions run by the city and the state. And the politician side was involved, as also these, I just mentioned Stadtbau as one, I have shown the guide, you remember perhaps. This is an institution as like 4 or 5, perhaps even more in the meantime, who just are institutions and companies I would say, shifting in between earning money by managing urban shift and development and transformation, and fostering civil society to support all these topics we were talking about in the afternoon. So it's quite a large and a complex topic, and this self-help program, what was run in Berlin with the consequence of about 300 projects, this larger project with 40 and more residential plots, so larger blocks in Berlin, with inhabitants about 60 and more people in one group. This was not friendship groups. These were moderated groups of interests, of course, with the consequence what we see nowadays. They were supported by funding programs, but they were under conditions to develop the buildings where they were living in, and this funding was linked to conditions. This is past because this self-help program does not exist anymore. It's run out in 97, but there are different sorts of fundings, like these state commissioner platforms as Stadtbau, Stern, BSM. We have a couple of these institutions which answer and which develop and are involved in the development of funding programs and platforms and groups. So there is a certain, of course, history, and this history is more than 30 years old. And of course it goes like this and this. It goes up and down. And what I wanted to say at the beginning, I'm sorry because I go in the details and this is quite complex, just to say a museum and a university, they have specific responsibilities what means in front of the society. So they have to experiment, they work with paid money of the state, and of course they have not only to rehabilitate and reconstruct the buildings, they have to transfer the knowledge to the society. And this is, as also, of course, universities have to transfer knowledge. So they are the institutions to make knowledge available and vivible knowledge, and this way of how to connect these different civil society groups, like the group of friends, they need, of course, support because they give the engagement, and for this the question is so important. This in between the departments, the politics, the urban developers. Of course, they have to and they must, and they are cooperating. And the more successful the cities we are looking at, like Copenhagen or Wien, Berlin at the moment is not on the top of the best. It has been very good during decades, but actually Copenhagen, Paris, Wien is much more in this I would say representative and best practice piloting. But of course, Germany is large and Europe is large and we have lots of places. And what we have to do is to look at where it's good and where what you are asking is working, how it is working and how they do to hold it with it. Because all we have all elections, in our states, elections, let the things shifting. And at the same time, we always have to go towards something what is really challenging. A bit too long, perhaps. Sorry, but it's no uncomplex question.
Man ir komentārs par praktisko mūsu pieredzi. Kādreiz mēs skaņojam, tā bija būvvalde, tas vienkārši parastais process, tur nav nekas tāds īpatnējs. Bet ko mēs redzam no Rīgas domes līdzfinansējuma, kā vadītāji cilvēkiem,
co-funding from the Riga City Council and the people who work there, and they are very appreciative if the things are done honestly. Initially they see, okay, someone has applied for this co-fund and everyone is evaluated the same, and after several years, since we do what we said we will do and we do not change materials or our approaches towards one, this is something they appreciate, and this is quite simply a universal thing that people make a note of, and that's all I can say about institutions. Yes, we did not have a monument. It's not an architectural monument. Yes, for us it was easy we had a lot of things that made things easier for us. Of course, we had to work with the Construction Supervision Authority, and we had some cases where we lost something, but maybe in the end we were actually gaining something. So it is a whole process, a movement. But if we look at it from a wider angle, I agree to what Dagmar just said, that the process is very complex and complicated, and no matter from which point I start to comment, it will only represent a small fraction of the whole, and it takes a lot of time. And it's not that in Latvia everything is bad and somewhere else it's very, very good. Everything is comparable, but it takes decades for things to change. To put it frankly, the historical center of Riga is being emptied, and the development is quite bewildering, and construction is done in forests and meadows, and it's not of high quality, but that is what the people are willing to buy and pay for, and where investments are going to, because in the downtown it's very complicated, and if we look at it from this angle, it seems very bad. But if we look from a different angle, then we have to say it is a process that takes its time, and every bureaucracy contains its silly sides, and sometimes we can become desperate because of it, but it is a bureaucratic system that works according to its own logic. But all the people, as in our example, we are working honestly, and we see the same applied to us. It is quite that simple. If you are honest, you will receive an honest treatment, and if you cheat, then you will get the same back. But initially, you need to understand who you are. If you have some wishes, the authority needs to understand what you are willing to get. And then this is a process you need to go through, and of course sometimes there are errors, but yes, it takes time, and this time needs to pass. And I see a lot of good from the city council. All the programs that provide support are excellent, but they need to have on the other side people who understand these programs and are willing to uptake them. And not all target groups can fulfill all the requirements, and also we have a lot, and not only from architecture, but initiatives from municipalities, and everything seems very nice, but there are no groups who are ready, who are willing or able to absorb it and to take it on. And so it takes time, it takes education, and it takes knowledge.
So, thank you very much for all of your presentations. They were very, very insightful. And Maxims already touched upon the question that I wanted to ask all of you, which more refers to this concept idea of sustainable repair society that Dagmar mentioned. We can see that in Europe there are different attitudes towards co-ops. In Western Europe, it's more developed, and we can see more different projects that are developed under the idea of co-ops. But Maxim's and Ieva's story is quite unique in Latvia's point of view. So my question would be how to overcome these cultural challenges that are in society in Europe. So, for example, in post-Soviet countries, there's still quite widespread trust issues within the society that also was mentioned between, and it's not just between the institutions, but between the neighbors. But in Western Europe, there is this movement that or I would say a stigma a bit about the co-ops, that it's more for older people than rather newer people. So how do you see these challenges, and is there a unique or an overall approach all over Europe, or it's very localized, and how we can implement this sustainable repair society, if not on a wide scale, then at least on a neighborhood scale or a block scale.
You mentioned the shall I? You go? Again, a not easy question, I would say. This sustainable repair society and how far it is to differentiate between East and West, and how the preconditions are really difficult. I would say this turn of the systems now is something like more than 30 years ago, and more than a generation. So first of all, Europe is just rich and very, very different. So I couldn't follow in this, because I mentioned Wien and Paris, and of course this is Western cities, and I missed perhaps to mention, because Riga I really do not know enough to talk about this. I know a bit about Tallinn, and I know very good that if you look carefully into the urban systems and into the urban actors who are involved, the qualities are quite high wherever you look, and the difficulties are quite high. But they are very, very, very different. And within Europe, within Germany, we have 16 federal countries. Just to mention 16 federal countries, and I did not mention Hamburg and Munich, who just passed an international building exhibition. So we have lots of cities, metropolitan areas, which are very strong and specific in accordance to their tradition, their history, background. For this, perhaps I wouldn't share this sort of black and white, because I think community, cooperative, traditional knowledge, we have all over, just what we saw in the morning, and just to mention this, and the wish or the power of working cooperative in between institutions and people of the civil society. It did not start in 1990 or 1992. There's a longer tradition, and I think we all have to look locally to our traditions very carefully, so to the qualities what we have in build, because in build we mustn't discuss that you have here, it's evident. So World UNESCO Heritage is the highest quality signe, and the rest is, I think, very specific in the way of the specificity of the contacts of the corporations. I cannot answer it in a different way, because when I look at Tallinn, I would say you have to learn so much from the city, what I know more, and I learned in this European program what we did, where 12 Eastern and Western cities have been involved in the study program, so much about qualities, cooperation, community building, because the university projects have been involved and launched in between institutions and students and the professors. So it's very different, the situations, and the problematics are often very similar. So the challenges in architecture, at least, the social backgrounds are quite different, but at least a sort of community. We talk in Europe about the isolation of the individual, for example, as a really problem. The individual, the isolation, Einsamkeit is just missing as a term. Loneliness, I don't know. So people who get older and lonely, and this is no German problem. It's because in Germany we talk a lot about this. The elderly people, but also young women with a child, or fathers with a child. So we have this sort of isolation after years of industrialization. So it's not a German or Western problematic. But how we deal, I would say, just to postulate, the potentials are different. And we should, of course, look very carefully at these potentials. Don't know if you're satisfied or somebody want to add something.
Varbūt var piebilst tikai dažus vārdus, kad Manuprāt, ir jāatgriežas pie tās gala lietotāja perspektīvas un gala lietotāja ietekmētas pilsētvidas, jo
an urban planning that is driven by the end user. There is a question, why is the Riga Historical Center being emptied out? Because there were architects who built for their co-citizens, who took the responsibilities, who went to the banks, to the credit institutions, who were preparing to live in the city, and they prepared for their friends, their acquaintances, and that's how this part of the city became so affluent, so beautiful, so diverse. We may not have as many cooperative construction examples there, and yet that is what made this part of the city, and the city council and the planners should take that into consideration when there should be more of a competition between ideas rather than just investors. Ideas and people who are driven not only by profit but or standardized typologies. And by that we can achieve results that create a city spirit that will be humane and that will make sure that city quarters are not emptied out. So there are these two large perspectives. One where we believe that someone else will build a city that we dwell in later on, but there is this alternative that we self-organize and do it ourselves. Dagmar and Max have shown it wonderfully, and Eva. And there are also wonderful examples from Finland with regards to land ownership. Mikko will not allow me to lie, but in the city of Helsinki, I understand that there is the renting of land plots, and the land is not being sold in the city of Helsinki. So this is the end-user perspective that we need, participatory planning. In the open-air museum, there is 125,000 visitors per year. These are all the end users who would like to participate in planning of our environment as well. So this alternative has to be developed with the involvement of a larger number of end users. Are there further comments from the auditory or questions? Thank you so much for you all for participating. Thank you to our audience for all questions. We hope sincerely that some of the ideas.
All the time.
Thank
you to the interpreters who had a hard time. Difficult task today, and we are planning for another conference on the 22nd of May, where we will focus on the publishing of interesting field work, field trip results. We will have experts, so you're all invited to our second conference on the 22nd of May in the Ethnographic Open Air Museum. Thank you to all.